Boo. Hello, people. Welcome to Simple Shapes Combat Part 3. Yeah, we're just gonna, So, in this live episode, I simply just want to do free tutorials. The reason I only really want to do free today is I kind of want to go to bed. So yeah.
Thanks for tuning in at Brackies.
Hello everyone and welcome to video number 4 on creating a tower defense game in Unity. Today we're going to be adding some cool turrets to our game. We're going to be importing a nice turret model. We're going to be adding a script that will search for the nearest enemy and then lock onto that target. So that's basically the plan for today, and then in the next video we can focus on shooting. So the first thing that you want to do is go ahead and download the Tower Defense Assets Pack. I'm going to have a link in the description, and it's completely free for you to download, of course. And you can also use your own model. And there's both a Blender version and an FBX, but you can see that I have two different models in here. And that's basically because I wanted you to be able to choose the one that you like. So the first one here is just a very simple turret, and the second one is the same turret but with some front panels. And you can either choose one over the other, or you can choose to include both of them and then have them in some kind of upgrade system so that one can be upgraded to the other. Basically, if you have Blender installed, I recommend using the Blender files. This way you can easily edit them within Unity. If not, then I recommend using the FBX files. I'm going to be using the FBX files. So I'm just going to take the turret here, drag that into Unity, and it's a good idea here to make some kind of imports folder. I've already gone ahead and done that, so simply right click, create, and then folder, and then simply drag the model into that. Unity will quickly import it, and we're going to set up some settings. So the first thing here is I want to change my scale factor to 3. I want to calculate normals, and I want to do that with a smoothing angle of about 38. That should look fine. And then we are going to make sure that we import the materials. Then go apply, go under rig, and select none. So when all of that is set up, you can see that you have the turret and then you have a materials folder, and in here we have 3 different materials. We're going to set these up now, so to preview these we should take our turret here and drag it into our hierarchy. Then let's hit F to focus in on it and reset the transform if it isn't already, and then we can boost this up by 0.5, and you will see that the pivot point is correctly set at the bottom of this turret. Make sure up here that you are set to pivot and to local. This way we can make sure that everything is oriented correctly. Let's expand this turret now, and you can see it split up into 2 parts. The first one here, which we are going to call the head, and the second one here, which we are going to call the base. And the pivot for these two aren't exactly well placed, so we are going to go in and change that in just a second. You can see that it has 3 materials on it, and one of it has only 2. So let's go ahead and rename these materials. So this right here is going to be the turret underscore barrels. The other one is going to be the turret underscore main, because that's going to be the main colored material. And then maybe a complementary or a secondary color here. And first off, if we select the turret main, go ahead and change the albedo to something a bit darker. And also I want to make this a bit metallic and just a tiny bit smooth, actually a lot metallic and a bit of smoothness in there. And then let's dial this down to make it kind of dark. I think this here is actually pretty good. I want it to be somewhat gray, and you can also preview what it looks like down here. Okay, so I kind of like the look of this material, so we're just going to continue with that for now. And then let's take the secondary one and adjust the albedo channel here as well. And for us, because we don't have a texture channel or a texture to input, the albedo is just going to be the color. So our color here is going to be a bit darker. So let's bump up the metallicness, let's dial down the smoothness a bit, and let's adjust the albedo channel here. I just want it to be a bit darker gray, just so we can get that nice shifting color there. Just adds a bit of detail. And then finally we'll take the barrels, and I thought, because this is going to be our turret, let's make it very threatening and make it some kind of bright red here with a lot more metallicness and some smoothness. Something like that looks pretty nice. And of course, as always, spend more time on this than I do, but for the sake of the tutorial, I'm just going to continue here. So now that we are happy with this, let's take this and make it into a prefab. So let's drag it down here under our prefabs folder, and there we go. And let's go ahead and right click, create empty to make an empty game object. And this is going to act as the base which our head will rotate around, because right now our problem is that if we rotate our head, it looks very silly, and we need to rotate our head when we want to lock onto a target. So instead we're going to create here a part to rotate that we will position. If we hit on the Y here, then go into isometric view by clicking the square here, switch from orthographic and perspective here, and then we can go up here and select wireframe, and we can position this in the exact center, and you can see that mine is already there. And then we can switch to the side here and then drag it up to be right there where it switches from the base to the head. And now that we have done that, we can shift out of this mode and go back to shaded, so we're in shaded perspective now. Great, then we can take our head here and drag it under the part to rotate to make it a child of that object. And now you can see that we can simply rotate our part to rotate, and the turret
Hey,
will
look, it
rotate
walks
with
now.
us.
So we're gonna make, I guess, a turret boy thing. Alright. Turret. Whatever. So test turret. So for these turrets, we're probably gonna do kind of like a similar model. You know, with this, and then reset the shaded, reset out, reset, and then that's the base, and then we need some sort of head shenanigan. Of course, we give these all colors in a second. And then we're gonna have a nice big old barrel. And then for different guns, this will be different. But hey. Whoa. Okay then. Yeah, almost. Really? There. There you go. And then I simply just want to add like another cylinder, make it 0.3, 0.3, like 0.1 in height. Just move that up here. I mean, I guess if I wanted to, I could make it look like that. But not really. No. See, that's good. Now I just need some materials for this. So dark gray barrel. We'll have light gray, and then let's make it a red turret. There you go. That walks, and then no, we're gonna do that. That reminds me of, that's like the scattergun paint scheme. So we're gonna have that be a scattergun, I guess. I don't know. Yeah. This is our scattergun in quotation marks. Yeah. Now you make a pivot point with the head and everything on it. Actually, before we do that, we need to reset this transform. Alright, there you go. Get it to be where it should be. Then put all that junk in the there. and then rotate the pivot. And it still rotates funnily. Because frick you. Darn you. Whatever. There you go. Now that makes it a little bit more simple, which is a good thing, because simple shapes. So yeah, we'll just keep that actually. There you go. Test turret.
This is for rotate after rotate to make it a child of that object, and now you can see that we can simply rotate our path to rotate and the turret will rotate with us. This is both great for rotating correctly, but also for offsetting the head if that's something we need to do, which I think it is, but we'll take that in a second. So now we can go ahead and hit apply on this prefab again to relink the prefab, and that is basically all that we wanted to do graphically and
Gotcha. So we got test enemy cube and test turret. Cool. I didn't know there's a little prefab thing in there. So I guess if I like add a component, do I need to? Yeah, I guess. Alright. Makes sense.
With the empty game objects over here. Now we can go ahead and actually create a script for this. So let's take our turret and just move it over here to some place that makes a bit more sense for it to stand. And I'm just going to position it right there and just make sure, again, I'm holding down control to snap it.
That's something I've learned, and that's really helpful.
That looks nice. And then we can go ahead and hit add component, and it's going to be called turret, and let's make it a C# script. And now we can double click this to open it up.
Alright, we're making the friendly script. Okay, yes, import. Or enemy. Friendly. Now I'm assuming it doesn't really matter. So, yeah. But yay! We get the code. Instantly, I'm gonna get rid of the stupid comments above the voids. And then we're gonna be good.
So basically, this is a two-part process. The first one is finding a target, range, and it should be the nearest target. And the second part is rotating to aim at that target. So the first thing that we're going to be doing is the actual finding the target. So to do this, we need some kind of way to store our current target in a private variable. So I'm going to make a private transform here called target. And
I mean, I can't type the letter I. Oh yeah, my phone's charging, by the way. Just letting
maybe
you know.
just while we're creating this, we should make this public so we can see if, whether or not it works. Then next up, what we need is a range. So we're going to make a public.
No, we're not. That is going to be in the friendly attribute script. So yeah, we're gonna make a friendly attributes as like a script just right now, because he just set up range. So we're gonna open you, and we're also gonna open you, and basically get rid of all of this, copy and paste all of you, and then just edit it a little bit. So public static float. So we don't want speed, instead we want some kind of a fire rate. We don't want the speed in there. Static fire rate. No, whatever. Alright. And then health, instead of health, we're gonna give range. That's the one we need right now. So, yeah. And then finally, static money is instead going to be cost. just going to change all of these to int. And there you go. So now what I can do is when he goes to mention the range, I can use friendly attributes dot static range. And then boom, there you go. So on this test turret, we're going to add friendly attributes. We're going to fire rate of 10, range of 10, range of 5, cost is going to be 100. And then, let's see here. Oh yeah, we also need another one for the thing. So, enemy, good, range, name, type, damage. That's the one we need. We need damage. So, here. Also, it's really nice that you're able to do that. I think I mentioned that in the last stream, but I'm just going to mention it again. Because it is very nice that you're able to do that. So, yeah. Now, how much health did the other enemy, or did the test enemy have ever? How much health does this thing have? Or how much health did I give it? 25? And I guess the damage should be 25. Because we want it to kill it instantly, at least for this test enemy. We want this test enemy to be dead instantly. So yeah, we don't want to shoot it 3 times. Take too long. Yeah.
Float, and this is going to be the range of our turret.
Alright, he made a float for it, so we're going to edit this. Floats and ints are different. So a float is a number that has decimal places, and an int doesn't. So yeah. It doesn't really change anything.
And I'm just going to default this to something like 15 units. And I'm just going to show you something really cool here. So basically what we can do is we can have Unity display the range of our turret using gizmos in the scene. And this way this turret actually has. So if we go in here and type a new function called void on draw gizmos selected, and you need to type it exactly like that because it's a Unity callback function, just like start and update.
Yeah.
So on draw gizmo selected, this will make sure that the range is only drawn if we have the turret selected. If you want it to always be drawn, you can just delete the selected there. Then we want to go in here and say gizmos dot draw wire sphere, and that's of course going to draw a sphere with only the wire parts shown, so it's not going to be filled up. And the position here is going to be transformed of position, our current position, and the radius is going to be, well, range. And that is basically all. And then we can maybe change the color here to something like gizmos.color equals color.red, just to make it a bit cooler to look at. So if we head back into Unity now, we should already see this working, and indeed we can. So this is now our range. And if we look at this from above, you can see just
I want to have that displayed in game though, like the range. When you're selecting the turret, I want, because you'll be able to click on the turret, because you have to. You click on the turret, right? Does he do upgrading? He might do upgrade. Yeah, upgrade. So he does do upgrade eventually. So in theory, you're able to select it. And I want to increase range, right? Or whatever. Also, I'm going to take this turret and I'm going to put it over here instead. There you go. And so it begins. So would I just use draw shaded sphere, maybe? Can I just do that?
I found your phone. I found your phone.
Derengi. Static range. Okay. Can I put this dot friendly attributes dot static range? Because I need it to specifically be referencing the friendly attributes on this turret, so maybe I can do that. I don't know. Public color. Range color. I have no idea if that's gonna work. Okay. Okay. I just draw a spear, I guess. Yeah, you can just put a color. Nice. Alright. So we're gonna just do Bloom's Tower Defense type color, where it's just like this. And make this like 128. Selection wire? Oh my Jesus. Chonky. Gracious.
Equals color dot red, just to make it a bit cooler to look at. So if we head back into Unity now, we should already see this working, and indeed to look at. So if we head back into Unity now, we should already see this working, and indeed we can. So this.
Okay, it makes sense. I didn't give it range. Wait, no, I did. What? And the range is a float. Whatever. Oh, I see how it is. Gun of the Sun. Reference static int variable from script on the same object. Goofball.
Getting a variable from another script in
Oh
Unity
my
can
god,
pretty
why is
straightforward.
this
In fact,
15
even if you're only
minutes?
just getting started with getComponent is a generic function in Unity data types, such as a particular type of value or reference, which means that the body of the function knows what kind of data it will receive. Unknown data type, a generic type, indicated by the capital T and angled brackets. When calling a generic function, you'll need to specify in the angled brackets what type of data the function should use. In the getComponent function, this will determine what type of component the function will search for and what type of component is returned if one is found, which can then be used to set a reference. GetComponent works by returning the first component of a particular type that's attached to the object the function is called from. Or, if you want to get the second, third, or multiple components from a game object, GetComponents will fill an array with any components of the same type, allowing you to choose a specific one, or work with all of them at once. By default, GetComponent works on the game object you call it on. Alternatively, you can call GetComponent on a different game object if you have a reference to it. But what if your object isn't one object?
Okay. So I could do that. I'm just gonna do that. Frick it. Public friendly attributes. Attributes is equal to get component Wait, no. Just attributes dot static range. There you go. Oh, geez. An instance, friends. What? I mean, the name range doesn't exist. Range. Dum dum. How many different ones? How many different things? How many hurdles do I have to jump over? Gracious.
What if it's several? It's not unusual to build a part of your game using multiple game objects instead of just one, which means that if you want to find a component or an object in your game, it might not actually be on that object. It might be on one of its children instead. GetComponent in children works in the same way as GetComponent, except instead of only checking the specific game object, it checks any child object as well. Children 2 is the objects in between component and parent and object flow, aiming up noticeable drop in performance. However, even though it can be a slow function, there are many tasks for which GetComponent is simply the best tool for the job. It's extremely useful for creating new connections between objects when they interact, even if you don't know if the other object has a particular type of component or not. When using GetComponent to set a reference variable, if the script you're looking for can't be found on the object, nothing is returned and the variable stays null, meaning that when you try to use it, you'll get an error. As a result, it can sometimes be helpful to check that the GetComponent call was successful by checking if the variable is null before trying to do anything with it. This works, but it can be inconvenient to separately set and check if the component was successfully found or not, particularly if all you want to do is call a function in a script if it exists on the object. Helpfully, there's now an easier way to do it. TryGetComponent, which was introduced in Unity 2019, allows you to both check and set a reference in a single if statement. This works because the return type of TryGetComponent is a boolean that returns true or false, depending on if the component was found, while both the generic type to look for and the location where the reference will be stored, if it's found, are determined using the function's parameter and the out keyword, which can be used to set an existing variable or to create a new temporary
I don't want to
variable,
set a
which can then be
variable
used in the
though.
body of the if statement. But
I want to use a variable.
Found. If not, the if statement is ignored and nothing happens. For this reason, try-get-component is extremely useful for checking if another object has a particular type of behavior before trying to do anything with it. For example, you could use try-get-component to see if an object is damageable before trying it.
Yeah, this is what I want. Oh, I could do that actually. Now will that throw up an error? Yeah. Probably for the start. 2451. How does that not exist within the current context? Attributes. Goodness. I have to make this static. No? What? Reference the script inside the other. Oh. Okay. Hold on. Yeah, I tried to do that and you said I was dumb. Public float. Turret range. Whatever. So in start, turret range is equal to there. I gave it a different name. Are you happy now? I can never have a break. Of course. Oh my goodness. That's what I did. What do you mean? What? Why does this not walk? Why? What is a member? No. Oh my goodness. Okay. Okay. So, friendly attributes dot static range turret range is equal to this. They're both floats. Yes. Yes. Oh my goodness. Why was that so difficult? Okay. Whatever. There. Goodness. Okay, the range can be more like 1 actually, because that is way too much. No, that's way too little. Okay, range can be like 2. Yeah, range of 2 walks. 2 walks. Range of 2. There. Alright, target, that's not going to be changing. So I don't want to draw a gizmo sphere. I want to draw like a 2D. I want to draw a circle. Draw circle at positive ion. Unity. Hold on. Draw a circle around game object. Hey, that's literally what I need. That is exactly what I need. Tower defense game. Okay. Yeah, that's what I need. Huh. That is literally what I needed. That's fun. Projector material. Oof. Spicy. Yeah, but that's like a lot. Could use a shader probably. That's a little excessive. Projector material. So is this now I'm just confused. What in the shoe is a projector material? It's not even on here. I'm now very confused, and I don't get this. And now I want to explode. I just want to simply draw a circle. Please. Please, man. Please. Help. Please. Please help. Why? That's a lot of documentation. Well, I'm just going to do that. Renderer. It's fine. Just gonna dump that in the var, and we're gonna see what that does. It made a pink square. Sir? Okay, I'm just gonna delete that real quick. Never existed. Script? Nope, doesn't exist. This? Nope, doesn't. Yeah, I know it's a removed component. Invert. Get out of here. I don't want you here. Why are you here still? What the frick do you want? Gosh darn you. There. The scripts are 100% and completely gone. Now what? Oh, I will happily do that. Get out. Okay, no overrides. Clear the console. Get the frick out of here. Alright, so now what I want to test real quick is if I set up another turret, and I put this one on this space, and I boost its range up, do these both have a range of 3? So you're free, and you are still 2. Alright. Good. Wait. No, we're trying to use the same script. Alright. We've caught him. Course. Of course. Now, since it's public and static. No. Well, frick you, Sandy. Oh, I see how it is. Son of a gun. So is that actually gonna do what I think it will do, or is it not? So if we give that one a range of 3, that one a range of 2. Nope. But it's trying to take it from here. Why is that not working then? It's so weird. Two. But I'm using... What? Okay, hold on. I'm using the specific script, right? I don't know why I can't do this. Why is this not a thing I can do? Why? Why does that not walk? I don't get it. It's weird. What is a type name? Unity, you have to explain these things. Yeah, this stupid thing. Hate you. Oh. Wait. Do you literally just flip it? If you literally flip it, I'm going to die. Okay, good. Because if you could just flip it, I'm going to explode. So I guess static range just won't exist anymore, which is fine. And that makes this a little easier. So, bye-bye static range, I guess. So static range doesn't need to exist, which is good. So now if I set that one to 3 and this one to 2, it should properly set. Finally! Oh my goodness, you're annoying. Jeez, Unity. Just do that from the first place. Oh, jeez. Whatever. Anyways, now you can set the range on here. And at runtime, it will calculate full map range. Yes. Yeah, and then at runtime will calculate it. But yeah, that's cool. Okay, so that's cool and all, but I want to know what that looks like, please. So can I make an object and then have it scale based on scale object through script C# local scale? It's vector free. Okay. Run.material equals resources.load material blue. Scale change is that. And then position it. Okay. Yeah, I could do this. I just can put like a radius as like a sphere here. Right? Just make a cylinder, call it radius, drop it into here. Make it very, very tiny, reset its transform. And then literally do not touch it. And then now what we can do is, since now we have this new, ooh, scary, we have this new radius, ooh. Yeah, since we have this new radius thing, right, we'll just make that even smaller. It doesn't have to be that big of a thing. So, vector free scale change, I guess. I don't really need to do that, though. So, yeah, this is the last thing we have to do for this stupid range thing. Whatever. And then I can just completely get rid of this, too, which will be kind of nice, but whatever. I can just change this to a different void shenanigan. So, yeah. Public game object. I know I have a macro for this, but whatever. Public game object radius. Yeah, I'd call the other things turret range. Alright. And then in here, call it draw radius. And we'll say radius dot what? Scale change, which is a vector free. Sphere equals transform, not position, so that's just positioning it. You're down by 0.5. Okay, change your floor color to blue. So sphere transform local scale plus equals a new vector free. Not even plus equals, just equals. So radius dot transform dot local scale. Is it capital? No, lowercase and capital. That's normally how Unity does these things. Normally it's like lowercase and capital for some reason. I don't get it. Radius.transform.local range equals a new vector free, and then we'll just say turret range 0 turret range. That should literally be it. Should. Darn it. Okay, but Unity literally put local scale as a thing, so whatever. Oh, it's a vector free. Ah, I see. Okay. Can I just do something like scale? Just what? Apparently not. Public vector free, local scale. That fix it? Nope. Oh, I put local range. Oh. Well, that's dumb me. Okay, dumb. It's local scale. Okay. Yeah, now Unity loaded. So, you know when you can't open Unity after closing the script? You know what? You did the script correctly? Whatever. Anyways, radius can be you. So now, what this should do is you should be able to visually see it. Or not. Well, frick you sideways. What the frick? Okay, maybe throw that in the update instead. Actually, not even an update. Throw that in the frickin' start. Yeah, there you go. Yay, did a thing. Alright. And then we just need to change the... I guess I can't change the color. So we'll get rid of range color, which didn't really need to exist in the first place. And we'll just add a new material. So just create material. We'll call this material radius. It will be a transparent gray color, basically. And for some reason that goofs up the Nana Lanigan, I guess. Okay. Can I just change that real quick? Just, you know, at start. Maybe just do this real quick, you know. How do you change material? Change material. Get component renderer dot material. Now, I guess the next question is, why does changing the scale of an object get rid of the material? Oh! Okay, that makes sense. Because I'm setting the scale to be that. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay. Never mind. I don't have to deal with radius material and crap. Don't have to deal with it. Alright. 1964? 19. Okay, then I'll just make it float. Because frick you. Now it should walk. I was changing the scale to literally not even exist. Oh my goodness, I'm a dum-dum. Whatever. We need to do that. 2. Yeah, there you go. Alright, there we go. Got a thing.
This is now our range, and if we look at this from above, you can see just how easy it is to get an idea of what the range of our turret is. So that's perfect, and it will of course update in real time if we change the value over here, and if I deselect the turret, it's gone. Okay, cool. So let's go ahead and use this range, and basically we're going to have a method. I'm going to make it down here called, it's going to be a void, and it's going to be called update target. And this is going to do a renewed search.
Okay, makes sense. We're probably going to do a for statement. But hey. Might need to call that with a button sometime, so we'll do that. That's why I make some of these methods public. By the way.
Caitlin.
Hello. That's why I make them public sometimes. So you
Do you want
reference them.
search for a target, and it's basically
Is that it? Okay.
Yes.
Do you want to come with me to Sheets?
How long will it be?
Not that long. I'm just gonna run up and run down.
Okay.
You wanna go?
Yeah, give me a second.
Okay, let me.
I'm live streaming. Guess I'm gonna go on break. So people, my sister asked me if I wanted to go to Sheets, and I do. So we're gonna go on break. I'm gonna put on music, and then that's gonna be it.
two steps back now. Can you see all of me? Walk into my mystery. Baby, step inside and hold dear life. Do you remember me? Capture you or set you free? Baby, I am all of me. Can you see all of me? Walk into my mystery. Baby, step inside and hold dear life. Do you remember me? Capture you or set you free? Baby, I am all of me.
Come on, like the fuse, cease rocking and it's ready to go. 'Cause now the countdown is starting and it's ready to blow. Got the door sounds popping in a stereo. Kicking ass fast, putting on a show. Wanna put yourself together, there's no time to rest. And if you put the time in, it puts you to the test. It's like a running man in this world, more is less. And if you wanna test and best, bring your best. Don't think, spell it out, bring your best. In this world, where life is strong, in this world, life's an open book. In this world, where compromise does not exist. In this world, of world's every step is the rest. This world, where one is all. In this world,
Guess who's back? Yeah. I got some food from Sheets with April. Some Pepsi, yogurt. Flip. Tootsie Rolls, Pockies, and frick, whatever. And this. Some mozzarella sticks, curly fries, and some macaroni bites. So yeah, we're gonna continue game dev. Now, I know that was really weird. Just casually in the middle of the stream getting sheets, but hey,
Going to search
it's
through
fine.
all of the objects marked.
We'll just go back to game development like
The
nothing
tracking
ever
system.
happened.
It's going to find the closest one.
It's
It's
okay.
going to check if the closest one is within range, and if there even is a target, and if there is, we're going to set our target equal to that object. However, we don't want to do this every frame, because both finding all of our enemies is a pretty comprehensive task, and also when you're doing distance checks, that takes some computer power. So instead of doing this every frame inside of the update method, I think we should just make a method that will run, say, 2 times a second, which is a lot better than 60 or maybe 200. And we'll just have it check on a fixed basis, but not as often. So another thing you can do is only search for a target if you don't have one already, but I think that just quickly becomes a bit too complicated for our case. There's really no reason to, but it's definitely possible. So, but for now, this is what we're going to be doing. So let's make sure that this update target is called 2 times a second. So to do this, we go into our start method, because this is where we want to invoke this repeating function, and we do that by calling invoke repeating, and we give it the method name, and this needs to be correct, so I'm just going to copy it there because I am not great with typos. And then we're going to do this after 0 seconds. We wanted to search for a target right at the beginning, and then we want our repeat rate to be 0.5 seconds, and you can
Okay. Now getting into weird code. I have never typed the words invoke repeating into C# before. I have no idea what that does. It's fine. Also, as someone who corrects a lot of people's grammar, having the comma after the quotation marks is kind of bugging me, and I don't like it. But Unity will probably throw an error that the method does not exist, so...
And of course, adjust that to fit your game, but I think a few times a second is fine.
Yeah.
So now we can go into our update
That's
target,
fine.
and we can go in here and say that if we already know we're not going to be doing that. Okay, great. So we're basically going to be looping through all of the different enemies in our scene, and we're going to be using a for each statement. But in order to do this, we first need to get an array of all of the enemies, and to do this we store this in a game object array, and we're going to call this enemies, and we set that equal to, and then we use game object dot find game objects with tag, and make sure that it's plural here, and then we can input it.
Game object dot find game object what the frick objects question mark with tag enemy. And we probably need to put that in quotes.
Tag, and I'm just going to make a public tag here, so a public string, and this is going to be the enemy tag, and I'm just going to default that to enemy, and then we're going to be using that down there, just so we don't hard code this stuff in. It's better to have it in the inspector. Great.
Never used a public string before. Apparently that's how you do it. You literally do it like any other variable. And, you know, I guess what we can do is now if we wanted, ground to be the tag, we could change the tag here, which is good. Could change it? Nope. Alright.
So we are going to find all the enemies that are tagged as enemy and store them in this array. Then we're going to loop through them using a for each statement. So for each game object, enemy, in, enemies. What we're going to be doing is we are going to get the distance to that enemy, and so we are going to be using a float here.
Brackies. Never use for each either. Now, the thing about this, right? Brackies, what is enemy? You never define enemy. It's gonna throw an error, won't it? I don't know.
Distance to enemy equals vector 3 dot distance between our position and the enemy position. So that
Vector 3 dot distance. Okay. Never use that either. Trans. Guess it takes in two variables.
going to be enemy.transform.position. So that is going to return the distance in units and unity units, and then it's going to be stored in this float. Then basically what we want to do above this for each statement is we want to create a temporary variable. And what this variable will do, we're going to have a float here, it's going to be a float, it will store the shortest distance to an enemy that we've found so far. So this is going to be the shortest distance. And it,
So this is before for each. Again, I don't know how this works, because how do you define enemy right there? Never put that. Shouldn't that be target, actually? Shouldn't that be target? Brackies.
default, we want this to be
Shouldn't that be target? If it throws an error at me, I'm gonna change that variable to target and see if it walks. It might walk. Gosh darn it, not math.
math.infinity, because when we haven't found
Infinity?
then we have an infinite distance to that enemy, if that makes sense. Just to make sure that our shortest distance doesn't get within our range when we don't have an enemy. We're just using math.infinity there. And also we want to store as a game object the nearest enemy that we found so far, and we're going to default this to null. So basically what we can now do in our for each statement is we can say if our shortest distance is less than or equal to, or actually just less than, if our shortest distance, if our distance to enemy is less than our shortest distance, that means that we've now found an enemy that was closer than any we have found previously. And if that's the case, well then we want to set our shortest distance equal to our distance to enemy.
Shortest distance autofill is very nice. Distance to enemy. Shortest distance equals distance. Okay, makes sense.
And we want to set our nearest enemy equal to that current enemy that
Why do I keep putting a period at
we
the
are
end?
iterating over. So if this makes sense, basically what we're doing is we are finding all of our enemies, and then we are saying for each enemy that we found, we want to get the distance to that enemy. We want to see if that distance is shorter than any distance we found before, and if it is, we want to set the shortest distance equal to this distance, and tell the computer that the nearest enemy that we found so far is this enemy. Great. And then what we can do is we can, beneath this for each statement, we can go ahead and check if nearest enemy is not equal to null, meaning if we found some kind of enemy, and shortest distance is within our range, so it's less than or equal to our range. That
So if we have found something and shortest distance is less than or equal to range, well then in theory we would just shoot, right?
That means that we found an enemy and he's within our range. Well, then we can safely go ahead and set our target equal to our nearest enemy.
Oh, okay, I see. Target equals nearest enemy.
Dot transform, and there we go. We found the closest target. So that's basically what we're going to be doing here. Then in our update method, we want to make sure that we aren't doing anything unless we actually have a target. So we're going to say if target is equal to null, so then we simply want to return. Then we don't want to do anything in the
I don't know what the double enter is, or double equals.
this update method. We're going to say if target is equal to null, well then we simply want to return. Then we don't want to do anything in this update method because we're going to be using the target for everything. We're going to be using it to log on to shoot at, all that. So if we don't have a target, let's not do a thing. Great. So that's basically all there is to updating the target. Now we should now be able to go in here and see this target update as soon as, of course, we mark our enemy prefab with this tag. So let's go in here, find our enemy prefab, hit add.
Thankfully, I've already done that, so that's good. Now, if it throws up an error, of course. Of course. Wait, what? Huh? 45? Huh. Ow. I see. What does range not exist within the current context? What are you talking about? Turret range. Turret range. Okay, that gets rid of one error. Is it dot distance? Apparently it's dot distance and I missed it. Yeah, it is dot distance, alright. But how is enemy defined? Where is enemy stored? We haven't seen a fruit account yet. Actually, yes, I did. UnityLearn.com. Yes, good. I've heard of WoW loops. I heard of 4. I've heard of 4. Oh, this is a really good website. Oh my. A really good website. Dang, it's teaching you like everything. Dang, okay. Reach vector free target and target. I don't know. Whatever. Apparently it works somehow. I'm assuming we are creating enemy as the frick frack frick fish whenever we put it in for each somehow. So for each game object enemy and enemies, I guess we're creating a game object or we're storing the game object data as enemy in the array of enemies, I guess.
All there is to updating the target.
Because I don't think the code is smart enough to determine that enemy is singular for enemies. I don't think it's smart enough to do that. So, I don't know.
We should now be able to go in here and see this target update as soon as, of course, we mark our enemy prefab with this tag. So let's go in here, find our enemy prefab, hit add tag, add a new tag to the list, which is going to be enemy, go back and find our enemy prefab and change the tag to enemy. Now we can hit play. We can
Well, it's
select that
already
target,
tagged.
and we should see that when an enemy gets within our range, the target updates. And you might
Yay.
need to click.
And then when it gets out of the range... Okay. that's something. Chief, target and update. Target does not update. Failure. Okay, let's up the range a little. Gosh dang it. NE me, yeah. Me, okay. Okay, here we go. Here's what I did wrong. Should be distance to enemy is less than shortest distance. Goofed up there. There you go. Now it should work. Yep. Nice. Alright. And then whenever it gets out of the range, it doesn't update yet, but that's okay.
I have a target.
It will
that's not
update
doing
eventually. One day.
Great.
It's fine. And since the radius isn't tagged with the enemy tag, it won't detect it, which is really good.
So that's basically all there is to updating the target. Now we should now be able to go in our enemy prefab, add a new tag app, and we should see that when an enemy gets within our range, the target updates. And you might need to click in the inspector in order for it to update. You can also see that it doesn't lose the connection to the enemy if it's not within. So we just need to add a quick else statement here that says else target is equal to.
Target, no. How do you do that? Okay. There you go. Just a simple extra 3-ish lines of code, kind of. Just a simple else statement. So now what should happen is when we start the wave, test enemy, and it doesn't work. Okay.
No. So now we need to hit play here, and we should see that it will always lock on to the nearest enemy. So you can see here, it locks on to it there, and then it's gone.
Well, that doesn't happen. Oops. Which if statement, actually, because it does matter. Okay, with the nearest enemy is... Okay, gotcha. You know, I don't have to delete this. I can just Control X it. By the way, Control X is a shortcut to cut something, and that's very useful. There you go.
Yeah, baby! That's what I've been waiting for. That's what it's all about. Woo!
There you go.
That says else target is equal to. No.
Once we kill an enemy, I'm gonna have to
Now
play
we
that
need
and
to
repeat it
play
like
here.
50 times.
And we should see that it will always lock on to the nearest enemy. So you can see here, it locks on to it there, and then it's gone. And the next one here, it locks on to that one, and then it locks on to the second one, and then they are both gone. So this logic now works. Now we can go ahead and use this to actually rotate our turret. So in order to do this, let's first make this into a private variable, just so it won't clutter up the inspector and people won't think that they shall need to input something here. And then what we can do is we think that they shall need to input something, clutter up the inspector and people won't think that they shall need to input something here. And then what we can do is we can go down into our update method. And here we are going to rotate some stuff, and whenever we rotate stuff, we are dealing with quaternions. And whenever
That's not a woo yeah baby, that's a frick you sideways right there.
we're dealing with quaternions,
We don't like
people get
quaternions here at
confused.
Talinator
Sometimes,
Industries.
So do I. But fear not, I will
It's-
get confused. Dealing with quaternions, and whenever we're dealing with quaternions, people get confused, and sometimes so do I. But
Alright, good. Oh yeah, if you don't know what a freaking quaternion is, it's basically 3D vector math shenanigans. It's like visualizing the fourth frickin' dimension. It's redonkulous, and I'm not going to deal with it.
fear not, I will try and explain this as best as
I ain't
can.
doing it.
Just know it took me so long to finally understand kind of how to work with quaternions and how rotations really work. You really
don't
need to
understand.
learn this overnight. You don't need to understand everything that is happening here. I'm just going to show you kind of my thought process and try and explain this as best as possible. And then, yeah, you will get it at some point. Don't worry about it. So basically what we want to do is we don't want to rotate the actual base of our turret here, or this object right here, because that rotates our base as well. So instead what we want to rotate is only the part to rotate. So we just quickly need to set up a reference to that. And for that we're just going to be using a public transform, whoops, not a track reference, a public transform.
What the frick is a tracked reference? Might as well just look this up. Unity Engine scripting? Public class tracked reference? Okay, it's a class. Sure, we're gonna ignore that. That doesn't exist anymore. Oh yeah, one day I just have to go through the Unity documentation, just look up what members methods, I mean I know what methods are. Members I'm still a little confused about. Variables I get. Like I know how to subtract ints and make ints go to something, and I know how to switch game object, like I know how to switch cameras, I know how to disable and enable game objects with buttons. You just put it into a method, and if you want to update it, put in update, and then you use key press. So, yeah. So we're just gonna make pivot point.
Transform, which is going to be our part to rotate, and we can set that in the inspector right now, just so we don't forget. Drag in the part to rotate there, apply. Boom. Great. Then we go into our update method. And basically what I want to do first is I want to get a vector, which is basically just an arrow, that will point in the direction.
We already used
of our
vectors.
enemy. So to get this, I'm going to store this as a vector 3, which is just 3 coordinates.
We know what a vector 3 is.
In which direction we need to point. And
It is
I'm
important
going
for
to
vector
direction
math.
And set this equal to, and whenever you
Dirt.
want to go from point A to point B, or get the direction from point A to point B, you take the end destination, which is B, minus point A. So in our case, this is going to, we want to find the direction from our position to the target position. So that's going to be target dot position minus transform position. Cool. So this is our direction, and what we can then do is we can go in here and make a new quaternion, and a quaternion is just Unity's way of dealing with rotation. And this quaternion is going to be our look rotation, and it's basically going to say how do we need to rotate ourselves in order to look in that direction. So we know what direction it is, now we just need to know how to turn in order to...
Frick. I don't even know if I can spell quaternion correctly. I know it's quarter neon, I guess. But neon is spelled with an I instead of an E. That's actually not quarter. That'd be... It's like quater. Quaternion. That's actually how you pronounce it, kind of. Whatever.
Look that way. And all we need to do here is just use quaternion.look rotation and input our direction. Then we are going to
What is a look rotation? Look rotation. Alright. Sure. Let's put a quick dirt. It is a dot. Screwed me over last time. Look rotation, look deterioration, dirt.
convert this from a quaternion, which is this complicated mathematical way of dealing with rotation.
No. Okay, if you want to know form of four-dimensional, told you, it's freaking four-dimensional math. It's so dumb. 1843? I can't, what? Yeah, you can see it's all this complicated shenanigan math. This is quaternion. I can't decipher that. Why is it this complicated to turn something? I guess this is referencing direction with rotation. I guess that's what a quaternion is. What is direction and rotation in vector measurements? I'm assuming it's going to spit back quaternion. Direction of rotation vectors? I know a vector is a direction magnitude. That's what a vector is. That's what a vector measurement is. It's a direction.
Into what is called Euler angles. What we are using in Unity here with the X, Y, Z rotation, that's Euler angles. That is an X and a Y and a Z where we rotate around each axis. So we just want to convert our quaternion into that. And we do that by using vector 3 or we are going to store it in a vector 3, and this is going to be our actual rotation, the rotation that we want to have, and that is going to be equal to quaternion, this is going to be equal to our look rotation, so the rotation we need to look dot Euler angles. And now
Kill me. We don't like Euler angle shenanigan. No, we don't like that. Bad. Bad Bracky. Bad. Rotat iron. Rotation. Why? I don't like you. Why do you exist? And why? Whatever. Whatever. How do I enable it then? Oh, great. No, bad. No GitHub. That's a lot. I don't type that often enough. There, now it's back again. Jeez. Get the frick out of here. Get out. Leave. You too. Get out of here. Can there just be a tool that just writes out all this quaternion math for me, please?
Oh, it's in Euler angles. It's really
Please.
that simple.
Can we just add something where I can just type what I want and then it will give it to me? Oh wait, that's ChatGPT. Wait a minute.
And then the final thing,
Write me a script to rotate around the vector. ChatGPT. You mean with quaternions? Me? Yeah. ChatGPT. Does not understand fourth dimension.
thing that we want to do here is we want to set our path to rotate.
Help! 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 What? The AI is too smart. It can visualize the fourth dimension. Frick.
Dot rotation equal to the rotation that we just made. So this should in fact rotate our turret to make it lock onto, and something's wrong here. Oh yeah, and that's because we don't just want to set our entire rotation equal to this rotation. We only want to rotate around the y-axis. And that's why we convert this into Euler angles. We could just have gone like, look, rotation there, and everything would have been fine, except we would rotate our body in all directions. And we don't want that. We only want to rotate around the y-axis. And to make sure that this happens, we first store these Euler angles, and then we do quaternion dot Euler, and we input a 0 rotation around the x, and then
What's the extension that has that? Okay, then.
Why wrote
Like, I want this. Can I have like a documentation? What extensions do Bragg use?
Hello everyone! So I recently did a top 10 Unity tricks video which you can check out here. First off, I like to take my project panel and drag the console so that it aligns with the scene view. I like to do so I can see both at easy. To have this animation window, I'll have sit down here, edit, project settings, and then quality, and make sure these settings are set pretty high. This just allows you to view your game at maximum quality instead of having Unity do texture I don't like this default template. Thankfully, Unity actually has a way to custom old school Visual Studio, but it's a lot lighter and it runs on Mac. If you want to use that with Unity, you can again click in the description and download it. You should also go to the asset store and download this free extension. It's called VS Code and it will help integrate Visual Studio.
Oh. Well. Oh. Do I have Visual Studio Code? Which one is this? Yeah, no, that's Visual Studio Code. I don't know.
Studio Code with Unity. This will give you features like IntelliSense and easy debugging. There's a guide here on how to set it up. If you've ever used Visual Studio with Unity or version control software, you know that it can sometimes mess up your line endings. And that might cause Unity to complain, your version control software to complain, or Visual Studio to complain. To make sure that I always have consistent
To
line
complain.
endings, I use a plugin called Strip'em.
Nice.
I can access it by going to Tools, Strip'em, choose my line ending type.
Tools? What the frick is tool? What? Huh? Tools isn't up there, brackies. What the frick? What's IntelliSense? Oh. You know what? One thing I wonder is whether or not the oh yeah, activated. What? Okay. Then. One thing I've wondered is if you take code and you know, I wonder if oh, there. Oh. Huh. Okay. Okay. I wonder if coding is like translated into other languages. I wonder. 'Cause I have no idea.
Type, hit OK, and now every time I save a file, it's going to save with that convention. To download.
Hold on. Just gonna make sure. What is tools? Tools isn't up here though. That's my problem. Tools isn't up here. Tool. Help. 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 Where? Help. YouTube. Okay, I'm just gonna make sure. Yeah, it is what I have. How old is this? 6 years ago. I guess they updated the UI.
Download Stribum, simply close down Visual Studio, click the link in the description, hit download, choose add-in only for VS 2015, click the file, and for me it's going to say that it's already installed, or it should just run through the installation process for you. Now, and for me it's going to say that it's already...
Yeah, but those are just... Huh? Okay, not really useful.
already installed, or it should just run through the installation. Click the file, hit download, convention. To download Stribum, simply close down Visual Studio, click the link in the description, hit download, choose add-in only for VS 2015, click the file, and for me it's going to say that it's already installed, or it should just run through the installation process for you. Now when you open up Visual Studio again, you should see the add-on here. So that was my settings. I hope you enjoyed them. If you have any great tips that you feel like improves your work,
Whatever. Anyways. Oh. Okay, so now if I'm writing, say, a vector free. Okay, we're done with you. Pivot point rotation equals whatever. You know what? We're just gonna close this real quick. And then go back to here. Not in project, my asset. There you go. We're gonna get this. We're gonna download this. This right here should do what I need. That should do what I need. It should do what I need. Hopefully it does what I need. Text Mesh Pro.
rotation is going to be out. Hello everyone! So recently did it. Import settings, choose import selected environment settings, hit next, hit system, in my case it's going to be Brachy settings. It's a good idea to, I'm gonna hit environment, the link for that in the description. So it should look something like this by default. After downloading my settings file, simply go to tools, import and export settings, choose the next. Good idea to store this, hit open, hit next, and you can choose what parts you want to import. Really matter. You can see everything looks just the way we want it to. Also, if you're using Mac, Unity won't let you download Visual Studio. That's because the traditional version of Visual Studio only runs on Windows.
Well, that's stupid.
Regions really easily, and of course if you want to create a variable now, you would add it in here, and we can collapse that as well. So I've of course configured my Visual Studio a bit as well. Mainly I've changed some of the colors here. The theme I'm using is called Monokai. I've also switched to the default of having curly brackets on a new line and all the small formatting stuff, and of course my window layout itself. Instead of going through and showing you how to add all this stuff, so double click on that and you can simply change this to whatever you want. I like to delete the 2 using tags except for the using Unity engine. Also like to remove the comments, put the curly brackets here on new lines, and I'll often add a comment up here saying something like this. And if you want this to be really neat, you can even add some regions that allows you to easily collapse different parts of your codes inside of Visual Studio. We could for example say do one here for Unity callbacks region. So if you now save this, do test script. So these regions really easily in Visual Studio. So it's variable on this and it's the C# script new behavior script.cs.text. So double click on that and you can simply, once you get to that path, it's going to look something path this default.
Hold on, go back to the
Not much
beginning.
to it, but I really like it. Where these settings are set pretty compression, keep the text resolution, but when viewing, if there's a particular project that I'm often working on, I'm just going to check off the load previous project on startup. But of course I've been doing a lot of tutorials and so I'm not going to click that one. Under external tools, I'll always select Visual Studio 2015 over Mono Develop. I just really prefer that. I also like to go to colors and just give it a bit of play mode tint so that I'm always notified when I'm in play mode in the editor. Finally, I go to edit, project settings, and then choose editor. And in here I always make sure my version control is set to visible meta files. That's because I normally use GitHub as source control, and having visible meta files makes it a lot easier to see what's going on. I will also set the asset serialization to forced text. By default it's going to be on mixed, but forced text is just so much nicer when using GitHub. So if we now go and create a new script, I'll just call it. Thankfully Unity actually has a way to customize this. All you need to do is go to the path on the screen now. It's going to depend on your operating system. So once you get to that path, it's going to look something like this. A tag on new. If you want this, in my case it's going to be bracket. I hit no here and we can collapse that. Really when it is so in then that yes, here on new line, this to be case it's going to be want to import Visual Studio with Unity or version control software. You know that it can sometimes mess up your line endings. And complain to make by going to tools, add convention. To add in only for VS should just workflow. Definitely look something in the comments down below.
Where the
Also, if you
frick
like
was
these
the
features as useful as I do, keep in mind I only use some of these settings on tutorials because I want people to be able to follow along. So here are my settings 2017. So let's begin with the Unity UI. Here's what it looks like with this movie. I'll just start. So pretty simple. And then quality and change the default maximum.
Yeah, we've already gone through that.
Under really prefer that. Also in play mode and in here hub as source asset serialization when using generates this default text. Go to something like CS through using here on, and if you want your code or public you back into Unity. So if we now double regions, let's swap. So using is formatting, all that stuff. So it should look something in export settings. Choose no and it's gonna see everything. That's because the however, as the old Unity, you can again click in the description. It's called VS Code and it will help integrate Visual Studio Code with Unity. This will give you features like IntelliSense and easy debugging. There's a guide here on how to set it up. If you've ever used Visual Studio with Unity.
Okay, so it's on that. Gotcha. Oh yeah, it's December 8th. Oops. Shh. It's okay. It's fine. It's okay.
Everyone, this is a quick video HOS's firmware as well as on daytime. So regardless, you have to go to full or something. All you do is quick enable integration, and once that's kind of easy, is LW.
Sir? Maybe I have to close and reopen Unity. I'll try that. Sometimes that helps. Might as well. I want those little autofill snippet shenanigans, whatever the frick things, because they are very helpful. So, yeah. Nor. I know why there's compilation errors. I don't care. You didn't finish your script. On application. Yes, good.
a rotation.y. The rotation we just calculated, and then only the y component, and then a 0 around the z-axis as well. So this is going to work. It's going to not be very smooth, because when it locks onto a target, it's there like that, but it is going to work. So if we try this out now, oops, go into Unity, wait for it to load the script here, and hit play, and hopefully this will work. And I do fear, however, that it will do this, yeah. So you can see that it actually works. It locks onto the target and it rotates. However, it's offset by a 90-degree angle. And this is why this object is so amazingly handy. So basically, you could sit there and mess around with quaternions and make an offset angle and all that, but instead, it's just so much more graphical to change it in here. So what we are going to do is simply take our head, move it out of our path to rotate, take our path to rotate here, that you can see is currently pointing in this direction, and then rotate it by negative 90 degrees to make it point in the same direction with the blue arrow as our barrel. And that means that when we turn this back in and then hit apply, the path to rotate will now be oriented with the front.
Goofball. Oh, I see how it is. Where the frick is that expected? What? Line 72 is some shenanigan. Why are you expecting? Oh. Well, that's dumb. $70. Wait, it just showed it. Hold on. How did I get that to pop up? Wait, how did I get that to pop up? What the frick? How did I get that to pop up? How did I get that to pop up? How? How did I do that? Darn you. There we go. What? Yeah, nice. 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 Pops up with things. I guess it works with variables? Nice! Okay. Well, I can now figure out what this is. Game object? Alright. Guess it's local. Sure. Whatever the frick that means. Oh my goodness. Shut up. Can I just not have them pop up, please? Like, please? Whatever. No, that works. That's good. Yeah, no, that's perfect. That walks already. Quaternions are one of the dumbest things to ever exist in Unity, ever. They're the dumbest thing. Everything else you can logically make sense of. Quaternions are just weird. What the fourth dimension?
So that's
literally the
allowing
fourth dimension.
play
Seriously.
and should already be fixed. We didn't need to do any math or whatever. We just needed to move that. So this is actually working. The only thing that I want to do now is just have it smooth out a bit, because when it finds a new target in particular, like right now, it just jumps there, and that is pretty ugly behavior. So to do this, we use a Unity method called lerp, and lerping is basically just smooth transitions from one state to another, and you can do this with rotation and position and just numbers in general, colors, everything. We're going to be doing this with rotation. And Unity, of course, has a function built in for this. So our look rotation, we're going to be lerping this, and that's going to be equal to, let me see, we could do this multiple ways. So we have a look rotation, which is our desired rotation. So let's take that, and then instead of just getting look rotation dot Euler angles, we're going to get quaternion dot lerp, and then we're going to lerp from our
Gosh darn you. Down here in this Shenana land. Oh. Thankfully, I can copy and paste quaternion. Never.
current rotation, which is our path to rotate. To our look rotation, and we're going to do this as time passes by.
Darn it. Doesn't know about time.delta time.
Alright, so we're going to be using time.delta time, so yeah, that should be fine. And this is going to be path to rotate dot rotation, of course. And then we need to multiply with some kind of speed variable here, so we can adjust how quickly this turret will move to get to a new rotation. So let's just
Turn smooth time, whatever. Times lerp speed. Cause frick you sideways, I guess. I don't know.
the speed parameter up here, which is going to be public, float, and this is going to be our turn
Float
speed.
is a very fun mode.
And we're going to set that to a default of 10, which is pretty quick, but I think it should be snappy, definitely, just not that snappy. And let's multiply this with turn speed, and that might be confusing. Basically what we're saying is we want to rotate, or we want to smooth the transition from our current rotation to the new rotation over time, determined the quickness determined by our turn speed, and then convert it into Euler angles. So, okay, great. So let's hit.
Every single time you deal with quaternions, you never know if it's gonna walk too. When you deal with quaternions, you never know if Unity's gonna throw up an error message. It probably will, but you never know. Okay, that's way too slow. That's still way too slow, jeez. Yeah, it's way better. You lost. Yeah, that is definitely way better. Now, lerp speed. Now, I am gonna make that private, actually. So that's a little confusing. But Lerpsby. I probably want to put that in friendly attributes as just a static float. You know, so I could change that. That'd be nice. Alright. So now if I set it higher, you can see that it will still walk. It's really quick, jeez. Keep it at 10. 10's fine.
Play here, and hopefully you
Enough.
should see this working. So, see that? And you can see it's way smoother now when it finds a new target and locks onto that as well. And basically what you can do now, because this is a prefab, is you can just duplicate this and move it around your map, and you should see these turrets functioning just the way that we want them to. So basically the next thing that we're going to be doing is we're going to be adding in some bullets that will actually damage our enemies, hopefully. And then we need some kind of way of spawning these turrets in, some kind of way of purchasing them, selecting a location for them to be built, and yeah. So I think
So we're gonna do shooting and building.
this
And then
series
we're
is
gonna
moving
end
on, nicely and fun, but there won't be any.
So that's end of stream. Or
Thanks for tuning in.
end of stream, end of video.
Hello everyone and welcome to video number 5 on creating a tower defense game in Unity. Today we're going to be continuing with our turret. More specifically, we're going to make it shoot some stuff. So that's going to be super, super fun. So you can see that I'm in Unity, and what I want to do is I want to select my turret and open up the turret script. This is a pretty good place to add our shooting mechanics because we already have this target variable available to us. So let's begin by adding a variable here, and this is going to be our fire rate.
Hey, there it is. Here it is. Alright, what is it?
Going to default this to 1, meaning we will fire 1 bullet each second. Then next we need
What? Neither? Huh? Can you do that? Yeah, I was just about to say. What? Yeah, no clue. Brackies, what the frick? Did he put a 1F? Yeah, he did. So it's a float. Just make it a gosh dang float. Gracious. Moving on.
That's not right. We need this to be a...
Gosh! I will take the tower that I make and I will have it lock you on as the target. What the frick, Brackies? You made me spend like a minute.
Public float, there we go. Private variable. A private float to be specific.
Gosh darn it, he still hasn't got rid of the use this for initialization method comment. Ugh.
And this is going to be our fire countdown. And it's basically going to start at 0, so we can fire right away. And then once we fired, it's going to be set equal to 1 divided by a fire rate. So if we can say shoot 1 time each second, that means that our fire countdown will be set to 1, and then it will count down every time we draw a frame until it reaches 0, and then we can shoot again, and so it will continue. And this just makes sure that we have our shooting on some kind of fixed update.
Okay. So that's gonna stay in here because we don't need that to do anything. Gotcha. Public float. Public float.
So inside of our update, sure that we have our shoot.
Fire countdown. Fire countdown equals 0F.
On some kind of fixed update. So inside of our update method here, what we're going to do is we're simply going to say if our fire countdown is less than or equal to...
Okay, here we go. So if fire countdown is less than or equal to 0.
to 0, meaning it's time to shoot now. Well, then we want to shoot, and we're going to make this method in a second, and then we're going to set our fire countdown equal to 1 divided by our fire rate. So you can see here very quickly that if our fire rate is 2, that means we want to fire 2 bullets each second. That means that it should count down from 0.5. Okay? So cool, now we have that set up. Now we just need to make sure that our fire countdown actually counts down. So we want to decrease this by a small amount each frame, and we do that by saying fire countdown minus equals time dot delta time. So again, this will make sure that every second fire countdown will be reduced by 1. Good. We've done this before. It's very similar to the logic we used in the wave spawn. So now we can create our shoot variable, and we just say void shoot here.
1F. Divided by fire rate. Fire countdown minus equals time dot delta.
And we're going to have some different stuff in here. We're going to be instantiating a bullet, and we're going to be setting a target for that bullet. But for now, let's just do a debug.log statement called shoot, just to see if things are working. So let's jump into Unity here, see our variables pop up. There's the fire rate, and now we can hit play here. And we should see that when it locks onto target, it says shoot with an interval of 0.5 seconds. So that's perfect. Now what I want to do is just be a bit more organized in the way we have variables set up here, more specifically how they look in the inspector, because once you get to have more than 5 or 6 variables, it can be a bit confusing. So what we do here is take our fire rate and fire countdown, and move them up to where our range is placed, and then let's separate that from our target. And what we can do is add a header, and this header is going to say attributes. So these are the things.
That's why I made the script. That's why I made the script. So I can just reference this script to get the attributes. So I don't have to deal with that.
Things that can vary from one turret to another. These are things that maybe can be upgraded or changed. And then we're going to make another header down here, which is just going to be Unity setup fields or something like that, just to let people know that this is things that Unity requires for us to do this. It's not something that
Yes. Unity setup field. Turn speed.
should be changed by the user. And this should just organize things a bit better here. So we have the attributes and we have the Unity setup fields.
Headers are pretty
In
nice.
general,
I
using
might
the
add
files a
those
lot, it
one day.
It really makes for it very easily makes for a better interface when working with your own scripts. Great. So now we can go ahead.
Headers
and
are pretty
actually
easy
add
to
this
add
to
too, so I
functionality.
might just do that.
But we have to have something to instantiate. So let's go ahead and make a bullet. So
Non-curly
let's right
bracket.
click, go under 3D object and select sphere, and this is going to be, whoa, we don't want this under the turret. And this is going to be a very, very simple model. Just reset that, focus in on it, and move it up a bit. And I'm going to make this a size of, let's say, 0.5 or 6, 0.6, 0.6, 0.6, something like that. Just so it's clear when viewed from a distance, but so it doesn't like look silly when coming out of a barrel that is probably a lot smaller. But yeah, this is going to be fine. Actually, let's do, yeah, we'll keep that this, great. And let's rename this to bullet. And this is just going to be a standard bullet. We can have other stuff like rockets or something like that later.
I'm gonna make, instead of a cylinder, I'm gonna make my bullet a cylinder. 85.9. How is that not? What? Public void shoot. Why can't I make that public? Unity. How is that not valid? Huh? 85.9. No, that is. I want a void shoot. I want it to be public. Why can't I make this public? You Herbert. Why can't it be public, Unity? Why? I didn't even mark the script as static. Why can't I? It's dumb. Whatever. See? Attributes. It's right there. Done. And then you just reference that. Done. There. Friendly attributes. Whatever the frick. Anyways. Free object. Make a cylinder. Now, we're going to have different types of bullets, obviously. Yeah, this one, I'm going to move over to here real quick. Rotate. Jeez, man. Now, obviously, that makes no logical sense. Even that's a stretch, right? Quite literally. That's slightly more believable. Probably go with like 0.1. Yeah, you can tell. Pew. . Fine, we'll just leave it at that size. Yeah, bullet. Now, shells are normally like a bronze color, but I don't know about the actual bullet. Like, itself. Like, I know of a shell. You can see if a shell is that color, right? And I actually learned how guns walk, and it's pretty fun. So, yeah. But I know... Too far. Okay, we're done with that. What color is a bullet? Like 10 colors. It's like a copperish color. The actual bullet itself, not the casing. The bullet is like that kind of a color. Yeah, we'll just do that. So we'll create a new material. We'll call it bullet. And we'll make it kind of like a coppery color-ish. And it needs to be fully metallic and extremely smooth. And not transparent. Whatever. Opaque. Yeah, there you go. It's a good material right there. Could probably apply like a scratch, copper scratch texture. If I wanted to, I could like apply that as a texture, but I'm not going to. It's meant to be simple shapes, so yeah. Yeah, this does remind me of the scattergun. You know, I might make all of the things here related to Jak and Daxter. I might. That's pretty fun, so I might do that.
Missiles. And we can go ahead and remove the collider here. We're not going to be using that. And we can go and add a custom material. So let's go under our materials folder, right click,
Ooh, a
create,
custom
add a
material.
and it's
Fancy.
going to be our bullet material, and we can drag that onto our bullet and adjust it. Primarily we want the smoothness down a bit, more metallicness, and then we want it to be kinda dark, almost entirely black. Cool. So that looks a lot better. And now we can take our bullet and turn it into a prefab by simply dragging it in under our prefabs folder. And while we're at it, I think we should go ahead and make a scripts folder here as well. So I'm just going to make a new folder.
How has he not made
Take
a
all of our scripts,
make
move
a
it into
freaking
that folder.
scripts
Okay,
folder yet?
so here we are. So the next thing that we
pew.
want to do,
Pew.
well, actually we can just go ahead and instantiate this now just to see if that part is working. So let's delete the prefab here. Let's go under our turret script, and that it has of course moved, so we now need to open it from the new location. There we go. And we need to set up a reference to that bullet. So let's make a public game object, and this is going to be our bullet prefab. And we also need a public transform, which is going to be the point at which we want to spawn our bullet. So this is going to be our fire point. And this is easier. You could also use some kind of vector 3 offset. But if we just use the position of the turret, it's going to spawn
Vector
inside the turret
3
next to the
offset.
wheel.
No,
Instead, we just use
no,
an
shut up,
entity object
Brackies. We're not
as a
using
reference,
that.
as a fire point, and that just stores
Also,
it.
I'm gonna call this projectile instead of bullet.
Awesome. So, yeah. So that's great. And then we can go down here to our chute, and we can instantiate our book.
You know what? Can I reference a game object? In theory, I can, right? I could have on the attributes all of that. And then whenever I set up the friendly attributes, that's what has the projectile and the barrel. That would make a lot of sense, since they are required, right? Can I make a public static game object and call it test? And then can I make just a public game object? Can I do that? I can. Okay. Well, that confirms it. No, barrel. Oh yeah, I have to change that to transform. That's it. Apparently, you can store them as a static variable and then reference it. That is really helpful,
We'll
actually.
repeat that at firepoint.position. Oh, that's not right. Firepoint.position, and then our firepoint.rotation as well.
Alright. Go back for the shoot. Stan G8. Alright, so we'll do. I have to keep referencing friendly attributes. So we'll just copy that. So I'm gonna have to use it. That projectile. Shut up. Friendly attributes. Dot.
Well, great. So now we have spawned this bullet in, and it will not move anywhere, and it will not do anything, but it should be in the scene. So if we go ahead and reference this, we
Oh, that looks so cool. Oh yeah, if I up the fire rate. You ready? If I up the fire rate. It's a perfect freaking circle. Holy. Alright. Oh yeah, I don't think the fire countdown never goes back up again. Wait, no. Yes, it does. Never mind, no, it doesn't. Yeah.
You need to reference the bullet prefab first, and then how to rotate and create another empty. Reset the transform, call this one fire point view, doesn't overlap, and that's great. But see that when this locks onto an enemy, it creates a bullet, and that's awesome. But currently it's just floating in the air, and that
It is just floating in the air. We probably want like a velocity of it. So yeah, if I turn down the fire rate, we should see obviously like less projectile shenanigans. Yeah.
that looks super weird. So let's go ahead and change that. So let's add a script to a bullet that will take care of moving the bullet to where it wants to be and take care of hitting the enemy and stuff like that. So it will both move the bullet and do some hit detection. So in order to do that, let's find our bullet prefab, hit add component, and call this one bullet. And let's just go ahead and move this under the scripts folder right away. And let's open it up. And let's just reload that, that's fine. Remove system.collections. And what do we want to do here? Well, first off, what this bullet needs is a target. It needs something to pursue. And what we want to do is pass on the target that is found under our turret to a bullet. So we want to transfer that target, that information of a function we're going to have or and an argument and set up with some kind of effect right when the bullet is spawned in, or set speed on the bullet, stuff like that. A turret. So we want to go into our turret here, scroll down to our shoot, and first off we need a reference to a bullet that is currently instantiated, and we do that by making a temporary variable down here that we are going to call the bullet game object, and by setting that equal to the instantiated object. And we of course need to cast this into a actual game object. So that is called object casting, and it's just a necessity. It's just something you need to do.
Question mark?
Excuse me, when instantiating objects and wanting to and you want to store them.
Given.
So now we have a reference to a bullet. Then we can go ahead and grab the bullet script of that game object. So let's do that. Let's store the bullet script here, and let's just call this the bullet, and let's set this equal to bullet go.get component of type bullet. So we'll go ahead and find the component on that object, and then we can just make sure that this is not null. That's always a good idea to do that. So if bullet is not equal to null, if that's actually a component on that object, well then we want to say bullet dot and then we want to use our seek method, and then we can pass in here the target that is currently here, the target from component and bullet.
Okay, so game object. Game object What do we want to call this? Shot projectile. No. Bad.
So we'll go ahead and
Yeah, we probably want to do that. Alright. Projectile. Equals shot projectile dot get component. I now understand the get component thing. Can now do that on my own if I needed to. It's nice. Projectile. Find that for us.
find the component on that object, and then we can just make sure that this is not null. That's always a good idea to do that. So if bullet is not equal to null, if that's actually a component on that object, well then we want to say bullet dot, and then we want to use our seek method, and then we can pass in here the target that is currently here, the target from up here, what we're currently shooting at. So here the target from up here, well,
Now, I haven't made that into a method yet, so it's probably the first thing I should do.
what we're currently shooting at. So that's basically all we need to do there. Then inside of our bullet, what we want to make sure is that we have a target. Because if we don't have a
Whatever. Oh, I see how it is. So this method can be public, because frick you. Ooh, a fancy one. Whatever. Hey, look, target. What was it? Transform. Seek target.
target, let's say we start shooting and the enemy reaches the end of the level and therefore we lose HP and the enemy dies, then this bullet is going to lose its target and it's not going to want to find a new one. In that case, I think the best thing to do is either just let the bullet drop to the ground or simply just destroy it. And in our case, I think we're going to destroy it. So inside of our update method, we're going to say if target should be equal to null, and this might happen, then we want to destroy our game object, this game object, and then we want to return. And the reason why we need to return here is that, again, destroy sometimes takes a bit before it
if... Good gracious, okay, equal to null.
It happens or the process, and therefore we don't want it to continue down in our code while it's doing that. So now we are much more safe in our code. So we should see this working now, and we could go in and preview it quickly, but I think we are going to have to move on here. So let's just move on, and basically what we want to do now is we want to find the direction that our bullet needs to point in order to look directly at its target. So we've done some of this before. It's a vector 3 direction, and it's going to be equal to our target dot position, our end location, minus our current position, so our start location.
Hold on.
And what we then want to do is we want to go ahead and find out how much we are going to move this particular frame. And we do that by first making the speed variable, and I'm just going to set this to something like 70.
Now, should I make that into some sort of a shenanigan? No, unlike the turret, it's not going to be that important. We can just make that on the prefab itself, and then you just update it.
And then down here we are going to make a float, and this is going to be the time, or this is going to be the distance, this frame. The total amount of, or the actual distance that we're going to move this particular frame, and that's going to be equal to speed multiplied with time that delta time. And then what we can do is we can check if our direction dot magnitude, if the length of our direction vector is less than
Know what magnitude is? Magnitude is just value, basically, how the strength. So if our strength of our direction
than or equal to
our new bracket.
the distance that we're going to move this frame, well then we've hit something. So why do we do this? Well, the length of our direction vector, this here, this is our direction vector and this is the length of it, that is basically the current distance to our target. So the distance from our bullet to a target is equal to the direction dot magnitude. And if that is less than the distance that we're going to move this frame, that means that we've basically already hit the object. That means that if we actually do the movement, we're going to overshoot. And we don't want that. We want our object to hit before we move past our target. So inside of this if statement, we're going to have logic for whenever we hit our target. So let's go ahead and make a function called hitTarget. And other than that, I don't think we need anything in there. I think we just need to call that. And then, yeah, of course, we could go ahead and just return here. And then down here, that means we haven't yet hit our target, and so we actually want to move. And we do that using transform.translate. And the amount we want to move here,
Still all an update. Alright. Assuming parentheses, yep.
our actual translation is going to be our direction.normalized multiplied with our distance this frame. Again, we normalize
You say times distance?
it to make sure that however close we are to the object doesn't have an effect on how fast we're moving. We want to move at a constant speed, and this is going to be our constant speed. And we want to move relative to the world space, not the local space, and that's important, or you're going to get these weird circular, almost orbital behaviors. Yeah, it's not something you desire, trust me. Cool, and I think
Homing
that was pretty
missile.
much it. Then the last thing that we need to do in here is add some kind of logic for whenever we hit something. But let's go ahead and do that in just a second. So let's just make the hit target down here, and let's debug.log we hit something, just to see if it's currently working. So let's go ahead and hit play here, and let's find out if this is working. So let's find out turret. All of this is set up. We find out bullet. All of that is set up. Let's do this. So let's hit play and wait for an enemy to move inside of our range here. And you can see that our bullet jumps to that location. You can see it keeps following, but the shooting itself looks really, really nice. And I spelled something wrong, but yeah, it's and I spelled.
It's something. Yeah, that one. It's fine. What do you want? Great. Both in 25, dang. 25 was not good. Why did I put dot delta time? What am I doing? Wasn't that meant to be times dot? Yeah, equals speed times just times time dot delta. Why? No. No, bad code. Auto corrected me. Goofy code. Never. Hit. I think we may have hit something. Yeah, maybe just one thing, maybe. We definitely hit something. Stop hitting things. Pew.
Down here, and let's debug.log working. So let's find out me too, that looks real. But is we can go ahead and just destroy our bullet whenever we hit something. So let's just right here just destroy our bullet, which is game object. There we go. And going to instantiate some hit particles. So let's go ahead and just very quickly create some cool particles that will spawn. And in order to create as instantiate
Frick you sideways. What the frick, Brackies? What the frick?
some hit particles. So let's go ahead and just very quickly create some cool particles that will spawn. And in order to do this, let's right click, create a particle system, reset the transform on this. Again, reset the transform. Let's move this over here just so we can see kind of what it looks like in context. Yeah. And then let's set the duration to 1. Let's do 1. Let's keep moving on. Emission is going to be with the rate of 0. Let's do a burst instead here. So it comes out in bursts like that. And it's going to be between 5 and 10 particles. The renderer is going to be kind of different. We're going to make a new material first of all. And this is going to be our bullet impact material. And just drag it under there and then drag it into the particle system here. And there we go. And we're going to change this from billboard to mesh, and it's going to be a cube mesh. So that's already working.
Cube?
So that's fine.
What the frick? You can do that? That's so cool. Dang. Oh, whatever. Anyways. Effects. Particle system. Force field. Force field. Force field. It's fine. It's okay. Anyways, we definitely have to decrease the size. .1. Yeah, it's way better. You know what? 0.1. .05. Yeah, we don't want this to be too noticeable. Okay, just make sure I spelled that correctly. Something. Whatever. So it should be projectile impact. Actually, yeah, no. Give this bullet. So I'm gonna make different impact particles for the different ones, I guess. I don't know. Alright. What did he set all that to? Rate of 0. But he definitely changed this. Okay. 1 cycle, I guess. I don't know.
Mesh, and it's going to be a cube.
Renderer. Stop going in freaking code. Where is that? Where is that? I don't know where that is. Where is it? Fuck. Brackies, that's not there, though. Wait, that's literally not there. What? It. Cube? Head? Question mark. Well, now I'm just really confused.
Group mesh. So that's already working. So that's fine. Billboard to mesh, and it's
Ping pong? What the frick? Can I just download
going
this?
to be actually fine with this. Kind of the same. This fine. Set R0, change it into a sphere, and we can go and we can maybe randomize the size just a bit. So between 0.1 and 0.25. There we go. So we have some random size. That's maybe a bit too much. So 0.15. There we go. That looks really nice. Then we're going to add some bounciness to these. We're going to actually make them collide with our environment. And we do that by going down here, enabling collision, changing our collision to world. 3D, we want to dampen it by something like 0.8. And you can see currently they are going right through here. And the reason why is we need to go into our environment, select all of our ground planes, and add a box collider. There we go. We deleted those in an earlier episode, but I didn't think that we would need them for this, but we would. And we can maybe dampen them just a bit less, something like 0.6. That's a bit more cartoonish. I think that's pretty fun. We can change the lifetime here. We'll sync into the point, trigger the size to be a game object, and as a temporary reference, and this is we're going to see that to now. Let's reference what that does. You will notice it. So I think that's a really nice effect. So see, and it's working beautifully. So I think that's a really nice effect to turn off. And what we can also do is we can go ahead and just destroy our enemy for now. Later we will have just our destroy target.gameObject. Later.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. By the way, I'm not gonna have the everything.
We will have some kind of way of just our destroy target.gameObject.
Darn you. One capitalization of a letter. It's completely different, of course. Whatever. Nice. So you can see as the rounds progress, that guy got out. So you would have lost a life there. So yeah, we definitely need more turrets. So we're gonna get a few more turrets set up here. Add one here. Spawn camp them a little. We'll like really spawn camp them. Spawn camp. There you go. Can deal with those, can deal with 4. Nice. Alright. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Can deal with 7 just fine. Okay. Yeah, what's our level? What are we on? You can see they get destroyed, which is fun. Wave manager. Can I close that? Can I open this real quick? Just edit script. Can I make that not static? Do I have to make that static? I don't think I have to. We'll just make that public. Shouldn't change anything. Now I should be able to see the wave. Yep. What wave we're on. Wave 1, wave 2, wave 3. Now if I can put the wave index onto something on the screen, that would be nice. So if I can add UI, just text, wave number, and you know what, instead of using that to make it, since this text is already set up, I'm just going to use this. Doesn't really matter what this defaults to, actually. Oh yeah. That's cool. Jeez, man. Wait, only some of the characters are... Okay, whatever. Only some of the numbers are being... made into... Why is that? Rainy Hearts. Should be the font. Hold on. Why isn't the font walking? That's really dumb. Um... Why won't that walk?
Hey guys, well, Font CMF is a font online tracker which, it will be a specific font asset, and we can't actually drag one of these in there to change the style. TextMesh Pro automatically imported, so you won't need to import it, but say you do, you can go to Window, Package Manager, and get it from there, and you can bring in the essentials with it. Once we've got that going on, we can go to Window, we can go to TextMesh Pro, we can go to the Font Asset Creator, and you can see that it brings up a flyout, pop-out, and we can add something here. So I'm going to add one of my fonts, which I've got here. I'm going to drag it in. We can set the auto sizing to what sampling point size we should have. We can set the padding, so the amount of space between each object that we may have. The packing method, which can be kept on fast. The type of resolution, if you need to have a higher resolution. Texture for the actual text itself. Whether the character set is any different to ASCII, but if we've got numbers and letters, we can leave it at this. And we can keep everything as by default, pretty much. And we can click Generate Font Atlas, and it will just pretty much create our font into one atlas texture with exactly what this font is like. And then we can press save, and then we can just save it in the folder that we already have, and we just click save. A new asset, which will be the to my font section. I can just drag this in here, and I have changed my style. You can still select style.
Okay. Oh, I see how it is. Son of a gun. The frick. Oh, so when I manually do it with the font asset creator, it walks. I see. Useful. Jeez, man. There you go. So now we have wave and wave number, and they're both separate. See what I did there? Yeah, got him. Yep. Alright, 300 walks. My goodness. Shut your mouth. Good gracious, man. Alright. Bit of text. Those are buttons. Alright. So now we have that. U. No? Okay. Alright. Do you need to do that? Okay, so I need to get one of these, and then you make text, public text wave number test text something, one of the 5. It's fine. It's 217. That's also fine. It's okay. Shut up. It's okay. Fine. Alright, so get component. Wait. No, I don't have to do that at all. Never mind. Void update. Update. Wait, none? Is Text Match Pro something different? That was in 2016. Text Mesh Pro reference. What in the shoe? Well, oops. Oh, do you? Hmm. Text.text equals text. Yes, good. I'm pretty sure I have something in a different project that updated the UI. I don't remember what, though. I forget. I know I had the access. It was for downhill again. Downhill, man, downhill. I think it was in moving, I think. Well, I had something. Cursor text. When do I show this? This is something on cursor text. Wait, no, not cursor. Isn't that the jump timer? Yeah, jump timer. Target time. Then I put it into another script. I did, didn't I? I 100% did. It's probably a good idea. Public text, time text. Yes, good. I'll just add normal text. There, frick you. Yeah, that's right. Oh, jeez. There you go. There. Now I should be able to reference the text. Yep, there you go. Yay, it walks. That is so annoying doing that. I'm just gonna test this real quick. I'm gonna make the wave index up to like, you know. Toasting? Alright. Can I do that? I can. Thank you. That is so useful. Alright. Well, we can get rid of wave. There you go. There. There. Fully set up. There. Proper scaling. Everything went out good. Yeah, why not just wrap it the other way? That way, you just keep adding zeros and more zeros until eventually it covers up the start wave button. It's fine. Whatever. 275. Moving on. Yeah. So now it will just scale going the other way. It's good. You know what? I want to move my turret here over a little. Yes. What are you gonna do? Let's see how long we can survive without losing a life. At least, in quotation mark, lose a life. So we can't actually lose live yet, because we haven't implemented that. But let's see. How quickly. Or how much time it takes. How good is this defense? It's pretty strong. Definitely need tankier people. 100% need tank. I need tanks, man. Need some tanks. But, like, this is so fun, though. I love this. This is so much fun. Yeah, like, they're destroying all of these guys. One wave almost... Holy crap. Wave 20. Even with the cheeky little double wave, that didn't kill him. Dang. You can see the bullet fired. Okay. Now, just because I can... Let's see what happens now. Alright, there we go. There's like 40-ish enemies. Okay, one got out. How did you... Sir? Whatever. We're just gonna ignore that. It's fine. Shut up. It's okay. I mean mixed values. Yeah, I know. They're literally all the same, you dingling. Oh yeah, let's just make one of these guys just ultra fast. See what happens. Okay. Let's actually make them all just speed demons. Okay. How much damage do these guys do? 25? Alright. Let's have these be 50. 50 health. Well, actually, it doesn't matter yet. Never mind. Well, we'll keep it at 50. No, road items can fix that, so yeah. Alright.
Later we will have some kind of way of damaging our enemy with this panther, so any difference in a full month of
Oh, that's the last one.
And-
Thanks for tuning in at Brackies.
Hello everyone and welcome to video number 6 on creating a tower defense game in Unity. Today we're going to be focusing on something very essential to the game, which is building turrets. So without further ado, let's just dig right into it. So you can see that I'm here in Unity, and what I want to focus on is each of these individual nodes. So if we go ahead and find our prefab, node prefab here under the prefabs folder, let's go ahead and add a component to this called node. And let's go ahead and open this up in Visual Studio. So the node script here is going to be responsible for, whoops, let's do that one more time. It's going to be responsible for keeping track of whether or not we have something built on top of that node. It will also handle some user input, so it will make sure to kind of highlight the node when we hover over it to give the user some visual feedback that he can actually press it and something will happen. It will also be responsible for checking whether or not the player has pressed that particular node and then building something on top of it if something isn't there already. So that's what we're going to be using this script for. Let's begin by making it clear to the user that he can build something here by creating a hover animation. And the way we are going to do this is using void, and everything should be working. So now we can jump back into Unity. We can clear the console. We can see that our build manager now has a standard turret prefab slot, and I'm going to go in here and rename our turret to the standard turret, and then we can have multiple different turret versions in the future. Let's find our game master and drag our standard turret in there, and again I just deleted the 3 turrets that we currently have in the scene. And now when I hit play, we should be able to actually build a turret. And you can see that we are. However, it kind of sits inside of our node object. So what we want to do is simply take this and offset it by 0.5 on the Y. So let's go in here and create a offset vector, and then our position, our node Y. And out of the node work keys, turrets inside of the game, and they will just immediately work. And we have a nice hover animation, and we have a centralized way of dealing with. We have a nice hover animation, so fine, we take our current position and we simply add onto that our position offset. We take
This doesn't really seem like that much. Probably Build Manager has more shenanigans in it. I'm gonna guess.
and stuff up there, and it's make a reference to our standard, and this, and so we're going to return.
Okay.
And it's make a our standard the standard turret P mother turrets, and we'll just return that onto equal to manager act, and it's going to go to currently equal to 4. We can go in position transform equal to we need to run, so it and stuff in the something that just like our build map to these in the future 3 turrets will actually put object on the Y. So let's go in here and create a offset.
No
Let's
idea.
begin by making it clear to the user that he
Whatever. We'll just make the node. Create C# node. Get rid of all the hypersonic test turrets. Go to the prefab. We gotta add this to here. Yeah. Okay. Now they all have that script. Cool. Okay, bye bye.
You can see it's a callback function used by Unity, just like start or update or on collision. And it's basically called every time the mouse enters
Hey, hold on.
the confines of the collider
Nice.
of this object. So every time the mouse just passes by or enters the collider, this is going to be called. And it's only going to be called once when you do that. So it's not going to call continuously when you do that. And this makes it a great place to change the color of our object. And the way we do this is by calling getComponent and finding the renderer component that sits on our object. That's this one right here. And that's of course responsible for keeping track of our material. So we can go ahead and find our current material, which is just the first one in the list here, and because we only have one, that's our default material. And then that material has a color that we can set. So we're going to set that equal to some color, and let's go ahead and make that color defined in
Dot material. Okay.
in the inspector. So let's make a public color up here, which is going to be our hover color.
Okay. Yeah, I wonder if code is translated into different languages, because I have no idea. Be cool if it was, but I don't know.
And simply close that off, and we can then put our hover color down here.
Not a slash.
Here. And this is going to work just fine. However, I really want to optimize this just a bit. So instead of finding the renderer each time our mouse enters the collider, let's only find it once at the very beginning of the game and then cache it, which means store it in a kind of in a private variable which only purpose is storing this information so we don't have to get it all the time. So let's make a private renderer. And let's just call this rend. And the reason why I don't call it renderer is that renderer is a keyword used by Unity, and then we have to go and make a private new or override it and that kind of stuff. So use rend or r or whatever. And then in the start method here, I'm going to create a start method. We're going to set rend equal to that get component renderer. And now we can, instead of using this entire piece of code, we can just put rend down here, and that's going to work fine, and it's going to be more optimized. Great, so this is going to work. However, we also want to set the color back to the start color, the default color, when the mouse exits the collider. So down here, we're going to make a void on mouse exit, and this does exactly what you would think it does. It's again a Unity callback that is called when the mouse now exits the collider. And here we can set rend.material.color, and because our game object here, our nodes are white, we could just set it equal to color.white. However, that would look weird if we later decide to equal to color.white. However, that would look weird if we later decide to change the color of our nodes. So instead, what we're going to do is we're going to store our start color at the beginning of the game, and then we can set it back down here. Excuse me. So we're going to go ahead and make a private color variable, and this is going to be our start color. And in our start method, we can set start color equal to rend.material.color. And now we've stored that as well, and we can put that down there. So when our mouse enters, we're going to set our current object color to hover color, and when it exits, we're going to set it back to the start color, which we make sure to get at the very start of the game. So if I save this now,
Do all that correctly? Put a period, but yeah. Freaking period, man. Alright. Huh. Void. Nice. Void. Void. Whatever. That does walk. That is pretty cool. I like that. And then we can change that. Right? Probably would want to go into the prefab. Now, I want this to highlight in a very, very bright green. Yeah, it works. So, alright. Yeah, it's cached. Okay. Makes sense. You can see nothing else gets selected. Good. That's what we want. Nah, red doesn't work. Yeah, we'll just keep it at like a gray type color. But like a light gray.
make sure to get at the very start of the game. That maybe would look a bit, but make sure you're hovering over inside the game view, and you can see very clearly want to start press these small visual cues so that the user know where to press, and yeah, good. So without further ado apart, first piece of information, and maybe the most important piece, is the turret that is currently built on top of this node. And if there is no turret built, we're simply going to have this variable be null. So we'll keep track of this using a private GameObject variable, and this is just going to be the current turret, or I'm just going to call it turret. And then we will have another method down here that is called only when we click that node. So just like we have mouse enter and mouse exit, we also have on mouse down, and this is called when we press down the mouse button while hovering over that up.
So game object, current turret, whatever crap. Just, you know, that's actually pretty helpful.
Object. And here we want to say that if our turret is not equal to null, meaning that we've already built something here, well then we want to throw out some kind of message to the user saying, well, we can't build here because there's already something there. Later we might have something like selecting the turret and then selling it for less money than what we bought it for, maybe upgrading it, and we should definitely also have this message here, this can't build there message. We should display that on the screen so that the user know why nothing is happening. But for now we'll just display this in the debug.log, in the console. So we can maybe put in here to do display on screen, just to let us know, and then we will return out of this method. Great, so if our turret is equal to null, meaning that if we don't have anything built here, we want to go ahead and build a turret. And this is super easy. We've done this a million times. You reference some kind of prefab, you instantiate the prefab at a position and a rotation, and then you can do some stuff with it, like destroy it later or something like that. But that is the very basics. However, we definitely want to have more than one turret. Currently we only have one turret type, just a standard turret with a standard range and damage and all that. Currently does a lot of damage, but later this will be kind of the beginning turret. And then you want stuff like maybe a missile launcher, you want something that slows the opponent, you could have something like something with fire or whatever you want to do. And you want the user to be able to select what turret to build. And there are multiple ways of doing this. My idea is that we create some kind of build manager that will have some kind of UI with different turrets that you will press, and after having selected one, you can then press on the nodes to build them. So that's what we're going to do. And therefore, instead of just referencing this turret in here, let's go ahead and create that build manager right away, just so we have a kind of a skeleton, kind of a rig to build on top of. So we'll just draw this out here. So let's find our game master script, or game master object. Let's add a new component here called build manager. And this build manager is going to be very empty at the moment. Don't know why it does that. Let's try that again. It's going to be very bare bones. But what we essentially need is some kind of private game object. And this is going to be our turret to build. And by default, this is not going to be equal to anything. It's not going to be equal to anything until we tell it what turret we need to build. And then we want some kind of way of getting this turret to build. And therefore, let's make a public void, or actually a public game object called get turret to build. And we'll be able to call this from other scripts, and it will return the turret to build. So this is just an
What the frick was that walk? What? Huh? A public game object method? What the frick?
A nice way of calling a method and then getting what turret we want to currently build. Excuse me. However, we still need a reference to our build manager. And you can see inside of our node here that we could go up here and add a public build manager and then say that and go in here and reference it, but then we would have all of these nodes storing their own reference to the build manager, and that would very quickly become, well, frankly, really annoying to deal with. So what we're going to do instead is we're going to delete that, and then we're going to go into the build manager and make this available without a reference. And the way we do this is by using kind of a very simplified version of what is called a singleton pattern. And a singleton pattern is basically a way to get the current, or to make sure that there's only one instance of the build manager in the scene, there's only one build manager, and making it easy to access that instance. So we will go ahead and create a public static variable. Public because we want to access it from without the class, and static because we want this to be shared by all build managers. We only want this to be one build manager, one that is central to the build manager type. And we will call, make this a build manager, and we will call this instance. So this variable is a build manager inside the build manager. It stores the build manager, and it basically just stores a reference to itself. And that quickly becomes confusing, but if we now go into and create a wake method, which is called right before start, we can go in here and set instance equal to this. So what we're doing is basically every time we start the game, there's only going to be one build manager, which is this one, and it's going to call the await method, and it's going to say that this build manager right here, the one that we are writing the script in here, this build manager is going to be put into this instance variable. And this instance variable can be accessed from anywhere. So now we have a reference to that build manager. You can also see that a problem occurs if we then have multiple build managers inside of our scene. If we were to go in here and add another build manager here, go in and add another build manager, now we have a problem because now they will both call this awake method, and the first one will set the instance equal to this, and then the second one will set the instance equal to the second. And then instance can only be equal to one of them at a time, and then one of them will just sit idle and not be used at all. So this is a really great way of doing it if you know that you only have one instance in there. And you can even make an error check. We could go in and say if, we should put this above the current piece of code here. So if instance is not equal to null before we set it, well that means that it's been set before, and then we can debug that log error that more than one build manager in scene. And that's a problem, so we're going to return and just let ourselves know. Okay, and the final thing that we want to do here is make a, let's do that down here, keep our singleton stuff up there, and is make a reference to our standard turret. So we're going to make a public game object, and this is going to be our standard turret prefab, and it will just allow us to drag the turret in there from the inspector. And then what we will do is we will have the turret to build public game object, and this is going to be our standard turret prefab, and it will just allow us to drag the turret in there from the inspector. And then what we will do is we will have the turret to build default to that standard turret. So we will say that turret to build equals standard turret prefab right off the bat, and then later we can go in and change it by clicking on some other turrets and add.
Okay, so you can change turret to build to this because you clicked the button. Gotcha, makes sense. No, I can already kind of see how you would do that, and I could probably code that myself, so that's a good thing. Um, yeah. Public game object, yes, good. Public game object. Standard turret.
A whole piece of UI to go with that. So our turret to build will just be our standard turret prefab, and when we then get the turret to build, it's going to return that. So in here, what we can say is we can simply say that we want to store a turret to build in a temporary variable, and we want that to be equal to build manager dot instance. Again, we get the current build manager
Game object. So we'll in node, okay, and this is in on mouse down, okay. Turret to build. Okay, I spelled it without capitals.
active dot, and now we can say get turret to build, and it's going to go in here, call this, and return the turret to build, which is currently equal to the standard turret prefab. And then we can instantiate this as we've done many times before. We can go in here and say instantiate.
I don't know if I can. Okay, yeah, shoot. Instantiate.
The turret to build at our current position, transform.position, with our current rotation, transform.rotation. Something like that. And then we want to set our turret up here equal to that instantiated object, so we set turret equal to that. And whenever we do this, we need to remember to cast this into a game object. Again, it's just something you have. Something like that. And then we want to set our turret up here equal to that instantiated object, so we set turret equal to that.
Doom, boom, doom, boom, boom, doom, doom, boom, 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 boom.
And it's just something you have to do. So if you find some of this code here with the instancing and the singleton patterns and stuff to be confusing, I completely get it. I was very confused by this in the beginning, and singleton patterns, or at least these very similar ones, is something that you can't really avoid when programming, at least if you want to get a bit more advanced with it. But what you can do is now, for now, just memorate how this works, and then later you can try and understand why it is exactly that we do it this way. So for now, just try and see if you can remember it, and then don't worry about understanding it too much. So cool, now we have instantiated this turret, and everything should be working. So now we can jump back into Unity, we can clear the console, we can see it. So now we can jump back into Unity.
Shut up, Unity. Yay, I can place as many scatter guns as I want. I'm gonna fill the entire frickin' map with scatter guns. And you're not gonna stop me. Not the funny part is, these guys don't have enough range. Anyways, so it doesn't actually matter. And also, they're not walking. Wonder why. Oh, I see. Okay. Gotcha. I just need to update that. Okay. No. Cancel. Radius. There you go. And for some reason it won't let me click here. Whatever. We're also not turning. Why are you not turning? Turn speeds are all 0, alright. Fire rate, that's all good. Damage, turn speed. Okay, now they should all be good. So he's spawning a turret. Spawning another turret. Okay, simple idea. We can go to the turret, and on the radius, we'll just get rid of the capsule collider. There you go. We'll just keep the renderer. So we don't need it to actually do anything. And hey, look, now it walks. Simple solution. I mean, that's like the whole map covered. So, like, you know. How many objects is that? Good gracious. 54 objects? Is that... Oh my goodness. You know what? It doesn't lag, so it's actually fine. But jeez, man.
We can clear the console. We can see that our build manager now has a standard turret prefab slot. And I'm going to go in here and rename our turret to the standard turret. Now Game Master and drag our standard turret in there. And again, I just deleted the 3 turrets that we currently have in the scene. And now when I hit play, we should be able to actually build a turret. And you can see that we are. However, it kind of sits inside of our node object. So what we want to do is simply take this and offset it by 0.5 on the Y. So let's go in here and create a offset. And we're going to make this a variable in here just like the hover color. So we are going to have a vector 3 and this is going to be the position offset. And we can set that inside the inspector, and then down here we take our current position and we simply add onto that our position offset. It's really that easy, so now add our position offset.
Oh. We'll call it something like node offset instead. There you go. Geez, we need to offset that by 0.5. Gotcha. Whatever. Cannot build currently. Alright, so yeah, we need to fix that. So for this, the radius, okay, it has a default material. So we actually want to give it a radius material. And now, when we place it, it is transparent. It needs to be slightly more transparent. You know, you still need to be able to see things. And I'm gonna add something to this. So you're gonna add basically like the same thing with this. Alright, there you go. Luckily, this is not going to take a long time. In fact, I'm now done. And then I just need to go back to the prefab, go back to the test turret, go to the radius, and this. There you go. Set a color, change alpha of material unity. Void on trigger stay. Huh? Oh, frick you, sideways. What? There. How to change material. Alpha. You know, material. Material. Not color. Just straight material. Wrong one. Wow. Okay. You definitely should. Darn you. frick you sideways. Yeah, just get rid of this, get rid of this, get rid of these. There. Can I define these variables, please? Yes, I can. Jeez. Alright. No, I don't have to define this. I can just put this. Whatever. This dot game. This dot get component. Equals material, whatever. This dot get component mesh renderer. That. Dot material equals radius mat. No. Start mat. On mouse enter. Alright, so radius Alright, hold on. Can I Yeah, I can. Alright, there. Okay. Now the radius material is the on mouse enter. So it's going to be this one. No, like no smoothness, no metallic, nothing. Just straight up like invisible, and that should walk. Or not. Why does that not walk? Okay. Oh, I had to switch over to this. Okay. That makes sense. So, Box Collider Boy. Okay. Okay, it is changing. But I'm not too sure why it's going pink. Now, why am I trying to change the color? I just realized. Why am I trying to change the color? Why? There's no reason. Radius dot set active true false. You don't need to deal with any of those. You don't have to deal with that. What am I doing? I'm a dum-dum. I don't need all these goofy materials. I just saying. There. That's all I wanted. See? You mouse over. And there you go. Good gracious. I do have to fix the bounding box. Since, yeah, that capsule collider gets in the way. And you know what? I don't need any of those colliders at all. Don't need that capsule collider. I don't need that box collider. I don't need that collider. Muzzle was just an empty. Yeah, I that is the only part that should actually have a collider. And you know what? I might as well. Alright, 6.5. Yeah, it works. Well enough, at least. There you go. So now, whenever you're highlighting any part of the turret, perfect. That's exactly what we need. So now it doesn't show the range unless you have hovered over it. That's very nice. So yeah. Now, one thing I can do that relates to that is the upgrades. Right? Yeah, no. Yeah, we have like a game here already. There you go. We'll shrink the little bounding box. That way you can place turrets in front of you easier. That's the entire, like, edge all lined up. So that's pretty good. Where'd the path go? Whatever. Oh yeah, I'm gonna add one more thing. And that's gonna be on mouse drag. Yeah, no, never mind. Can't really do that in balloons, so whatever.
It's really that easy. So now we can go in and find our node prefab, and we can find our position offset and set that to 0.5 on the Y. And now when we hit play, everything should actually be working. So if I go in here and I press this, you can see that our turret sits nicely on top of the node. And you can see that no matter how many turrets I place here, they are all working. And if I try and place a turret on top of another turret, so you can see it press here, it says can't build there to display this on the screen. So now we're able to build turrets inside of the game and they will just immediately work. And we have a nice hover animation and we have a centralized way of dealing with what turrets we want to build, called the build manager. So that was all for this video. I hope you were able to understand most of it.
You know, I'm gonna take a quick peek at what the camera
Thanks for
is
tuning in.
In
about.
the scene in kind of an RTS inspired way. So if you ever played Warcraft or Starcraft, you know the key edges of the view or further and add a new camera controller script. This up in Vision. Variable thing is we add key.
Oh, panning, okay.
And how do we check for this? Well, cool. So there are it's either rate, but something to do that it will tip that. We go to set and is if I scroll further, we can scroll through the ground and things start looking super weird. And we can also scroll crazy high up in the air here in such a way that, well, we'll simply go
Yeah, I'm not gonna do that at all.
which means that it will be
Literally at all.
this, and this is definitely also as far as I want us to be able to go. And then if we scroll up, we want to be able to scroll up higher than this here. And you can do the same or use the same technique to control the panning so that we can pan crazy to the right and that you go into work. So thank you so much.
I'm gonna just
to all of
skip
the
that,
awesome
so camera is all good.
Thanks for tuning in at Brackies.
Hello everyone and welcome to this video on creating a tower defense game in Unity. Today we're going to start making our shop.
Jesus.
We'll be creating, etching out the UI of the menu. And on out, so fill canvas to go checklist tire screen. That was looks fine. This small only what we want. Then that to and going slow buttons to do. So I'll invite certain to be at the person that's something up to you, but I will just go ahead and disable that and leave the two other ones. This is a very easy way thing to use for screenshots. So let's just select the standard turret and let's expand this here, and you can then expand it in any way you want and get a nice angle on this, and then bring up whatever you use to take screenshots. In case you're using Windows, we'll be using the snipping tool also commands to do this. Click new and then click and drag to take a screenshot, something like that, and you can save that. And if you're on a Mac, you can use Command Shift 4 and you can then choose a region of the screen and take a screenshot of that. And then you can import it into some kind of image editing software. I use Photoshop as my preferred software and remove the background. And I've gone ahead and done that already, so you don't have to if you are using the same model as I am. And it's in the Tower Defense Assets pack. Download link is in the description. And if we double click that after you downloaded it and unwrapped it and go under sprites, you can see that we have this standard turret icon. And I've gone ahead and added, oops, you cannot see it on the black background, but you can see it here. And now that turned black, of course, who knows why you're doing this. But I've actually added a small drop shadow to this as well, and just played around with the lighting to make it look really nice. So you can see we have the copy my that import. So in my case, I'll use the name this. I want to just get rid of the PSD there. There's no reason for it to state that inside of Unity. We can then change the texture type to Sprite 2D and UI. Go down here and select this two turret item. Not a cool looking way of creating a cool icon to use for pretty much any kind of shop item. If you're creating an inventory system or another an RPG or something, this is a very...
How do I remove the background of things? Never heard of the snipping tool before. Never. Strange. Whatever. That is kind of a nice way to do that, though. We'll keep that and pick Unity stuff. Textures. We'll save that in here. Then we shall shrink the boy and get it out of there. Whatever, it's fine. It's okay. New stuff. Textures. SSC. Capture.png. Yeah, no, that's good. Yeah, I did make one for textures. r/item shop. And we will import a new one. Textures, SSC. Wait, no. Downloads. This shenanigan. There you go. Go. Now I'm gonna have a separate menu for this that will kind of pop up. So in UI, turret shop. We'll just add a script to the game manager, I guess, right? I'm assuming.
A common way of creating item icons. So we can just take our text here and disable that. We might use that later to display the name or the price, but for now we'll just have it disabled. And everything else should be working. And the cool thing about doing it this way is that if we hit play now, you can see that our object will actually get tinted both when we hover over, however that is kind of subtle, and when we click it. You will also notice that it gets highlighted after we click it, and then we have to click away in order to de-highlight it. And that's because we have to change our navigation to none, because we're using a mouse to navigate with, and we don't want to be able to shift between UI elements using the arrow keys or a controller. Cool, and we can maybe take the highlighted color here, which is you hover to the user that he's able to click this. Cool, so I think that looks super. Let's take this and drag it down into the prefabs folder in order to make a prefab out of it. So,
Of course you
good.
need a
Add
prefab.
component and make a new script called shop. Open
Shop
that
script.
on the UI of your
Public void.
for the click event. We do is we find our shop chart items up to that script here. We'll
Added it. Oh, just to the shop. Okay, well, that's cool. Probably just an empty object. Yeah, in UI. Shoop. And this is gonna enable the shop, which means it's gonna enable all of the buttons and things for the shop. So yeah. Not the text. Oh my goodness. Why can't I change this? It's weird. What in the frick? Whatever. No, this can be in this. Oop. Just 50. UI shenanigans. My favorite. Alright. So now these all have this. Alright, cool. So, we now have all of that UI, and by simply disabling the shop, hey look, it's gone. Hey look, it's there. So, shop button, game object, set active, false. Or not false, true. Dum. There you go. There you go. Go to a shop, buy whatever, go back. So yeah, simple UI right there, but nice and compact when you don't need to see anything. So yeah, I'm gonna enable the shop though, just so I can tell what the frick is going on. And yeah, so this button right here, make the text size 25, and we're gonna align it over there. Let's move it over by 325, and then we you know what, should I, instead of that, there we go. There, that makes way more sense. And then we can simply delete all of these. Bye-bye. Yeah, that makes way more sense. Walks, yeah, 250. There you go. There you go.
We simply do is we find our shop turret item, we add an on click, and then find the method that we want to call. In our case, we want to call the purchase standard turret. The method that we want into that another turret, and this will very soon be a missile turret or something like that. But another turret purchased, and you can have multiple methods in here. So let's just use that here and select it. Should manage in that turret. This now the turret one, and let it start in here. Guys, the two turret here, and unclick it, and then find the method that we want to call. In our case, we want function. Just use just, and you can have.
Okay. Now, does he explain?
Turret purchased. Okay, and we can go ahead and duplicate this if we want multiple turrets. So we can just make another one here, maybe called purchase another turret, and this will
Okay, so for now, we're not going to do anything. I wonder if I can make an array. Probably can't. No, you can't. You 100% cannot. But missiles are next, so we will add a new one, but for now, we're not. So I'm gonna script. I haven't made it yet. Shop UI. Hello. Add to the. Okay. Dum. Remove. Edit script. Jeez. And yeah, this is just gonna be full of methods. So yeah, public void standard turret. There you go. So yeah, standard turret purchased right there. Has been purchased.
Soon be a missile turret on method. UI elements up to that script here. What we simply do is we find our shop turret item. We add an on-click event. We drag our shop into that and go under function, which is standard turret. And now when we go tab 2, second one, so we can make this and another turret purchased. So that is indeed working, and it's very easy now for us to add new turrets to the game. Selecting here,
No, duh.
these two, excuse me,
And that's why I made the friendly attributes script. That way I can just duplicate, change the models, which is the hardest part. Because the thing about game dev is as soon as you get all of the back end scripting, you can customize it as much as you would like. As long as you have scripts that can handle what you want to add, you're good. So
I have to take a sip of water for this. Okay, and we're ready to go. So let's just add a spacing of something like 10 pixels just to move them a bit further apart. That's a lot better. And I'll just, because I don't like looking at it, go in and remove the color there as well. And now let's find our game master, find our build manager, and double click it to open it up in Visual Studio. And you can see that we have a bunch of things in here. The first one is the awake method.
don't need
That is
node,
just for handling the singleton instance.
don't need the
And we have
wave
all of that
manager
up
at
here.
least
Then
currently.
we have our
Don't need
public game
projectile,
object,
don't
which
need friendly.
stores our standard turret prefab, so that at the start of the game we can make sure we have that selected. I think what we should do instead is remove that, so that we don't select this at the start of the game, and then have it only be selected when you actually go and press that turret item. And we can go in here and add another prefab, so this will be another turret prefab. And we can make sure that we can select that as well, so you can actually choose what turret to build. Cool. And that all seems fine. And then what we can do is we can add another method in here, one called public void, and this will be this.
Couldn't I make like an array of things instead? So yeah, can we start? Public game object array turret type, right? And then can't I reference that? Say if I had 5 different turret prefabs, right? I can load those all in. Go number 1, right there you go.
Set turret to build. So this can be called from other methods, and it will change what turret we want to build. And we want, of course, to pass in a game object turret, and it will set turret to build equal to whatever was passed in. And the cool thing now is we can head into our shop, and we can create a reference to our build manager, and we have that by using build manager.instance. But let's just make sure that we cache this up here, just to make things a bit simpler to read.
Simpler?
So we'll add the in the start method,
Okay, well.
we'll set our private build manager variable equal to build manager.instance. And then when we purchase the standard turret, we will still write out standard turret purchased, and then we'll say build manager dot set turret to build, and then we'll use the fact that we have access to that turret. So we'll say build manager dot standard turret prefab. So it will set the turret that we want to build to the standard turret. And we will do the same down here. So under the another turret purchased, we'll say other turret prefab.
Okay, so in the shop, we need we need a buildy boy, and then in start build manager equals the instance of it. Okay. Just make sure it's the same. I think it was. And then instead of passing that in, go build manager.set turret to build. Equal so can I reference specific item in array unity an array name and an integer index enclosed in a pair of square bracket. Okay. So build manager dot turret types 0. That should be good. I guess not. Build manager does not have. Okay, that makes sense. Just about to say, where would that method come from? Brack ease.
Equal to whatever was passed. in to our build tree. So we'll equal the turret prefab. Turret to build, and then we'll use the fact that we have access to that turret. So we'll say build manager dot standard turret prefab.
Yeah, but that's an array, so it should be able to pull out the thing from the array, right? There it is. That's what I did wrong. You don't put equals. Gotcha. So that should walk. Darn it.
So it will set this here. So build became our turret to build will be null. Upgrade, and we'll double click on node script, and you can see we have a bunch of code in here. But most importantly, under our on mouse down, we want to find our turret to build here, and then say, actually we can do this at the very beginning here. So we can say if, and then we want to use the build manager.instance. So let's store this as well, just as we did before. So we'll create up here, we'll have a build manager, and we'll just call this build manager. And in the start method, we'll set build manager equal to build manager.instance. And then here, right before we do anything in the on mouse down, we can say that if build manager.get turret to build is equal to null, well then we it's equal to null, well then we simply want to return. Now we don't want to do anything in here, and down here we can simply write build manager now instead of build manager.instance. So we've
Okay, game object, turret the bit. Gosh darn it, I have to open that script now. Turret, there it is. Yeah, here it is. So, turret.
cached that once again. And another place that we can take this code is down under the on mouse enter to make sure that we will only highlight the different nodes when we hover over them. We will only do that hover animation when we act.
There. Jeez, man. I know. I don't want Unity documentation. I need a reference to Build Manager.
The different node on mouse once again. And another place that we can take this code is down under the on mouse enter to make sure that we will only highlight the different nodes when we hover over them. We will only do that hover animation when we actually have a turret to build. Or else the user will be incentivized to press that node and nothing will happen and he will think, wow, that's weird. So we'll make sure to only show the user that that can be done if we have a turret selected. We won't do this on the on mouse exit because then we would be able to build something, have the turret to build be equal to null, and then have that node just be highlighted for the rest of the
excuse
game.
you?
That would be weird. So we'll make sure to always disable it. And that was pretty much it, I believe. So if we hit play now, we should be able to, you can see we can hover over these two. There's no hover animation here and then nothing happens when we press the map. Then if I select a turret, say the standard turret, we're now able to place that around the map. And if I switch to the other turret here, you can see
This is
that
empty.
the turret that we just
Gotcha,
placed
gotcha.
were standard turrets.
There you go.
Well, then we can actually place those as well. However,
Yay, it works! Oh my goodness. Jeez, man. Brackies.
one thing is happening, and that is it's acting as if the turret to place is null. And the reason why is that it is. So if we go ahead
Yep.
and find our game master, you can see it's because we haven't dragged a prefab under the another turret prefab. And therefore when we set our turret to build equal to another turret, it became equal to null. And so nothing happened. So let's just make sure to drag some kind of prefab in here. And we'll just take the standard turret and duplicate it.
I'm just gonna add a quick little thing here. Reference if item or object is active in hierarchy. That's not what I wanted. What the frick does that even mean? Reference object is active. Reference if object is active.
In this video, we're going to see how to know if the input here object library if it find here. Check this out. Its definition. It is an object changing. This video, I hope you found
If so, game object dot active in hierarchy. Okay. Hierarchy. Oof, spicy. So where do I actually need this to set? Because what I want to do is I want to detect if the shop's active. If the shop is not active, then I don't want to be able to place towers. Because reasons. So maybe in the build manager actually. No, shop UI. Set turret to build. If shop UI dot
in this video in the accessibility and go.
active in hierarchy. Else
In this video, we're going to see how this is to play.
I see. It's H I see. Let me open Unity. Stop reloading script assets, I don't care. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Darn it. No. Okay. We know this walks though. How do I do... Could I just return null? Could I just return null? Okay. Yeah, but you can still place it. Get turret to build. Get turret to build. Okay. So if shop UI dot active hierarchy else return null. Does that walk? That has to walk. If that doesn't walk, I don't know what will. Boom. Placing like normal. Okay!
Yeah, baby! That's what I've been waiting for. That's what it's all about. Woo!
We got a game object. Let's go. It's also 4:50-ish. Jeez, man. I've been streaming for 7.5 hours. What the fuck? Okay.
I will call this one another turret, and all we'll do is subtract exactly when we want to subtract the amount of money and stuff like that is something that we'll determine in a later video. Awesome. So over something into Unity, finding our node here, and right up here we want to use Unity Engine dot event systems, and we want
Schnitzel.
to down here under on mouse enter, we want to check if we are currently hovering over a UI element that is in the way, and we do that by using if, and then events is open and close in parentheses, and if it is, well then we want to return. Okay, so this is simply is the pointer with the given ID over an event system object, and if it is, then we just exit out of this on mouse enter, and we do the same up here with on mouse down. So that should actually just get rid of that very easily, and now you can see when we select this, nothing is highlighted, and in fact I can press like crazy here and nothing will get built, and it's the same with the other turret. So we will make sure now, we have made sure now that the UI actually blocks that kind of behavior. So that was all I wanted to show for this video. Stuff to come is
Stuff to what now? It's fine. I could make... I'm so happy that walks too. And this is going to be really easy to add new things, because I could just add a new element, slap in the prefab, then just set up the UI, and then I'm done. New turret, and then I just go into the prefab, edit the attributes, and then done. So yeah, what's the next tutorial? Missile. Missiles. That's fun.
Do you know that feeling when you make an entire video and forget to hit record? That feeling is what we begin with today.
Thanks for tuning in at Brackies.
So hello everyone and welcome to this video of creating a tower defense game. Cool, so you can see now that it fits in scale, but we still need to set up this missile on our shop. That's the build is to say purchase missile, always make call our inputs manager. Missile on
So
and
he has to
actually
manually
add
change
that in
all
the
the
turret.
pause the video. He has to manually change every single one of those. What's nice about mine is I don't have to manually change all of them.
And add a prefab, we need slot click event, and you can see still have changed that to shop.purchase missile launcher.
Oh, schnitzel.
I want to where we about create that create it from abstract or thing. Create is a lot.
So he just created
it.
it
Donated
from
it.
shenanigan. Gotcha. So I can skip
This
that
video is
one.
brought to you by gaming, adding a texture to it. We're going to be creating a cool particle effect when it hits something, and also we'll be editing the bullet script to allow for damaging enemies in a radius instead of just hitting the target. So a really exciting video today, and let's just jump right into it. So you can animation on our lock here actually have to do that to think red, and of course tweak this in any way that you want to. And yeah, thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. And without further ado, I will see you in the next one.
Yeah.
Thank you so much to all of the awesome
I have to
people.
add a turret type like that. So I do want to know how you edit the projectile script.
From this to be able to missile and tow what we can see and take it. So let's go ahead and do this. And it's really easy. If the one we want to put here is just transform dot look at. So it will look at whatever target And of course we will just use our target variable. That is the transform up here that we set using or that we set from the actual missile launcher. So the missile launcher points towards something and it fires the bullet, in our case a missile, and it says your target is this enemy, and it will fly towards that and now point towards that. And if you hear some noise in the background, that is just my cats being naughty, but I will try and continue here.
Kitty.
So the next thing that we want to do, let's just see this working actually. Let's just see this in effect here. So you can see that our missile now correctly chases our enemy. So that's cool. The next thing that we want to do is damage the player or the enemies in radius. So if we go in here under our bullet script, we hit the target here, we call a function called hit target, and all that does is instantiate some kind of effect and then destroy the target game object and destroy the bullet. All I want to do is I want to go up here and add a new variable. I think I'm
Explosion radius.
And this explosion rate, and then we want to damage people. Then it's instruction because not any track, but a void damage here, and then we can simply put this destroy statement down here. So instead of destroying the target up here, we're going to destroy enemy dot game object here, and then what we can do is we can say if explosion radius is greater than 0, then we want to damage several enemies, and we'll actually want to explode, and we'll add that function in a second. If not, then we want to damage the target, only the target. There we go. And no matter what, we want to destroy ourselves at the end. So that should actually be it. And now we can create the actual explode function here. So we are going to shoot out a sphere and use this to get the items. So we can collide array, and we'll call this one our colliders, or something like hit objects or something like that. And the reason why I'm not calling this enemies is because we might also have hit some objects that aren't our enemies. What you can really do here, we don't want position there, we want transform.position. Transform.position is that you can add a layer mask to filter out anything but enemies that are on a particular layer, maybe called the enemy layer or something like that. Or we could just use the fact that all of our enemies, if we go under our prefabs here and select our enemy, all of our enemies are tagged as enemies. So now we loop through this list here. So for each collider,
Variable
collider
item.
in colliders here, for each thing that we have hit, we want to is enemy. Then we shoot out a sphere, things that which logic that we are of course range way of viewing this radius. So as we did with our turret, when we added a range, I suggest that we go down here and go void on draw gizmos selected on in red or something. So just make it very clear to the user when setting things in the inspector here how big a radius the missile down as far as that gets removed. And the one that was down here didn't get hit, so you're hoping that gets removed because the turret for this second wave here, we should see that they both explode because they were in that radius, and none of the environment or anything that gets removed. And the one that was down here didn't get hit, so you can see that this always hits 2, and sometimes, if you're lucky, hits 3 enemies. You can see that when we
And then the rest of it is just particle effects.
then we can we still haven't, because it's definitely not pointing towards our enemy. And why is that? Because it's pointing in the right direction here, as we can see. That is because we actually haven't added this functionality yet. So if we go ahead and take a look at our missile and then the bullet script and double click that object at all, we want to do it. That means dot load our target variable. That is the transform up here that we set use our target variable.
Alright. So did I have any other ones that I wanted? basic, fast firing, long range, road item, moneymaker. Cannon, and you know, the casual. I'm so glad that walked, 'cause that is very annoying. So let's go to that projectile script. Public float blast radius. So by default to 0f. Now we were doing a bunch of crap down here, so
that is enough. What's that? My cat's being naughty, but to do. Let's just see this working actually. Let's just see directly chase this target here. We call a function called hit target, and all that does is instantiate some kind of effect, and then destroy is I want to go up here and add a new this to 0 that says if explosion radius is greater than 0.
void hit target, alright. If blast radius is greater than 0.
Well, then we want something extraordinary to happen. Then we want to damage people in a radius, people in our enemies, and if not, then we can just go ahead and hit this single target. And I think the way that we do this is instead of just...
There you go, that's what I wanted. Transform.translate. Whatever. So if the explosion radius is greater than 0, well, instead of doing that, instead of doing all of that, right? Oh, jeez. One. Not gonna do any of that. I'm just gonna have underneath the target transform, I'm gonna have a public bool is projectile explosive. If that is true, which by default it will be false, or facile, rather. But if it is explosive, then we'll do all that crap.
destroying the target object, things, enemies, and then up here. And it's going to damage a transform here. So if explosion radius is greater than 0, then we want to damage. And we'll add that function in a second. If not, then we want to damage the target. Only the target.
Alright, so else can you call that enemy? think he did.
There we go. And no matter what we want to destroy ourselves, float function. This we are going to, I believe it is
You can blow it all up. Whatever. Not damage target. Destroy target.
overlap sphere.
Physics.overlap sphere. Oh.
And this is just going to show that by position, and we can use this to get an array, which is basically just a list of items, a fixed and are colliders.
Collider array. Colliders.
And it's for anything but like that, you can select a row on this list here. So
There you go.
So for each collider, in colliders here, for each thing that we have hit, we want to see if the collider that we've hit dot tag is equal to enemy. So if it so then we can call damage. There we go.
Hey, it gives me that. It's nice. Collider. Dot transform.
Oh, so now what if and if they are, we will damage them, which basically now just means destroy them. Cool. So that is basically not going to be visible with the first enemy, of course, only the second one when we have multiple enemies in here. So I'm just going to wait a second here. And actually, I just reminded myself that we haven't changed the range of our missile launcher. So we have to select our missile launcher. Actually, we have to select our missile. And we have to add an explosion radius. Our turret, when we added a radius on one explosion radius, will start Eric, the missile bring it play as by both. It gets always is quite the actual add an awesome effect. So we should have like a jingle that goes party.
Question mark. Alright, so in theory, now, if we go ahead and if we construct ourselves a cannon, which is going to be very simple, 2 cylinders, just 2 wheels. It's just a bunch of cylinders in the body. Wheel, body. Wheels are gonna be the same size. It's probably big. It's about good. That I don't care about. That I do. 0.25. There you go. We know. Put the thing on the thing. Jeez, man. Make a sphere. We don't want 2 semicolons. The bullet did not have a thing. So, bye-bye. No, 0.6, not 6. Jeez. You had 0, 1. You have 0, 1. Okay. And then the projectile goes onto cannon. Gotcha. Get out of here. And you. Good gracious, man. Alright. Whatever. Alright. And then we need to delete all the capsule colliders and everything. They're not necessary. So, yeah. In game, that looks so cute. The freaking tiny itty bitty guy. Whatever. Cannon box collider. .1. There you go. And then we need the friendly and the friendly attributes. Friendly attributes, friendly. Oh yeah, we can now rename that. No overrides, really? Whatever. Can I please reorder those? Jeez, man. Alright, fire rate. I have no idea what I'm gonna do for all of that. Projectile is explosive. Target we don't need. Blast radius. Say about 5 should be good. No. 3. And this one's gonna be kind of slow. It's gonna be at 50 for speed. For speed beans and power. Cannon. Fire rate. What was the fire rate for standard? Standard was 10. Cannon. 3. Range. Standard was 3. Cannon. 5. Cost. Standard is 100. Damage is 25. So damage will be something like 50. Its cost is going to be 200. Turn speed is going to be 5. So you can see it's kind of slow, but it's also more powerful. Don't those get reset? Isn't that dependent on everything? What? I guess that's just on the friendly script, probably. Kevin. So, yeah, I mean, like, that should be everything all set up. That is a cannon. So, we're going to drop that into our prefabs. We're going to delete cannon, and then we're gonna go over to the shop, and then we're gonna go deal with the shop. So with the shop, edit the script. We simply have to add one thing, purchase Canon purchase thing to build is 1, and there you go. I said it was 200. Okay. Purchase Canon. And the only thing I have to change now is the image. So yeah. Wasn't it in Build Manager? I think it was, right? Nope, it was in Node. Of course, it's in Node. In theory, there should be a value I can change here. Public vector free node offset. Import new asset. Import this one. 512. 2D UD and UI. Apply.
Little playtime. Okay, maybe for the whole thing, we should not say that we have multiple enemies. It's not going to all which act. So if one and then PC Z fire a little four.
Thanks for tuning in. That
Was it?
Do you know that field begin with the missile launcher into unit away from the 2D tools? You can see that this is currently quite large. So let's 5 instance the launch. So wide here, then my current is fine. Some variation in here and this to look on to and we want to if here you can see we have this method called purchase another turret. Click here to go to path. We make this view on buffer and drag this up and out to make sure that this is centered. And we'll have it be spaced a bit out just so we are sure that the missile won't overlap with our model and clip through it, and it will look kind of weird. So now on our missile launcher we can take our pad to rotate and drag it onto pad to rotate.
Now, I haven't actually tested the turret anyways. I might as well just test it. Oh geez, that's cursed. So for the missile launcher. So for the cannon, pivot point's the whole cannon, like the entire thing. And you can see it's centered right here. Nope. Alright. Did the colors just change? What the frick? Whatever. That looks so much better right away. not in the schnitzel? Gosh dang it. Not allowed. Jeez. Whatever. Turret.
We can drag with it. So this is vertical shifting to 1 minute. Click on your project. But we set act. That's quite good. Let's add an awesome effect. Whole thing system let's and multiple enemies in here. So I'm just gonna wait a second here. And actually, I just reminded myself that we haven't changed the range of, and we have to it's radius. So add void on draw gizmos transform red. It's in the inspector here. How big a radius the missile actually will explode in. And this let's apply that. Let's go and hit play. And now we should see that if we wait for the first one here to pass by and put a turret for the second wave here, we should see that they both, and put a turret for the second wave here, we should see that they both explode.
No, face it. What the frick? Yeah, no, just delete it. We're just gonna redo missile launcher guy. So, yeah. I have a better idea anyways. So we're going to get you, we're going to unpack completely, and you steal everything, like literally everything. Rename this to missile launcher, and then we're gonna start changing some things. This be half the fire rate, that much range, cost is that much, 50, slow turn rate, projectile will make a missile in a second, and yeah, then nothing else has to change. And instead of this kind of look, the barrel is just going to be a little wider. Like a lot wider. Actually, no. It's going to be a lot shorter. Actually, the barrel is gonna be Stubby. Very large. Zero. Jeez. About there. There you go. And then we'll give it a different color. So make it dark blue. Is it Miss Isle or Miss O? Miss Isle. Alright. And then I set up all the stats already. So we can dunk that in the there. So launcher. We need a we need a profile picture. Use, you know. missile. And simply this will we'll just have the material it's also going to be a lot bigger. A lot bigger. And then there you go. Now, even though my guy doesn't have a profile picture, that should be fine. What? Whoa, hey, the muzzle should not be all the way over there. What the frick? No, it should be like here. Alright. Does this have the same problem? Oh my goodness. Well, it's a good thing I figured that out. Because I was very confused, because I'm like, where are all the bullets? I don't see them. Whatever. Anyways, we do need to get a nice little profile picture for our cannon. And, yeah. Snipping tool. Alright. And then we can once again import you. Canon button. -512. 2D UI. You got everything except the R. Yeah, 23 walks. Alright. No, it's not in there. It's not in there either. Alright. Just change the name internally. Okay. Okay, makes sense. No, 50 is too fast still. Prefabs bullet speed is gonna be 25, and missile speed is gonna be like freaking 15, because I cannot see the bullet. Okay. Crap. Okay, got him. Jeez, man. Okay, well, his range won't cover it. Oh. Or, well, that's cool. Probably need to fix that. Debug that real quick. Make sure that doesn't happen. Or is the range just that good? I actually don't know. Yeah, no, that is intended behavior. Okay, but anyways. Yeah. There you go, missile launcher added. So now I can add explosive shenanigans. Can add faster firing shenanigan. I could add miniguns. Technically, if I wanted to, I could set up loads and loads and loads and loads and loads of different turret types that get them all different attributes. Could like scroll pages, you know? And it would walk. It would be very easy.
Our material here, but so we'll let's actually, and now we just want to make music. Does definitely, and now we I'll do the I'm in there. So thank you so much. Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. You can of course tweak this in any way that you want to. And yeah, thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. And without further ado, I will see you.
Currency.
This video is brought to you by Aaron Meta. Thank you so much for donating. If you want to support Breakers yourself, you can go to patreon.com/breakers.
Almost
Thanks for tuning
6.
in at
What
Brackies.
the frick?
Hello everyone and welcome to this video on creating a tower defense game in Unity. Today we'll be adding currency to the game along with a cost for each turret so we can't just build them infinitely.
Finally. Am I right, children? Jeez. Even though it's 5:56 apparently, it doesn't look like it's 5:56. Yeah, 5:57. Even though it looks like that, that's the time. That's what it looks like outside. It's so dark. It's still dark. It's not like bright. Yeah. But hey, I'm gonna turn off my lights because it is morning now. Since it is 6 a.m. basically, I am fully allowed to be speaking. Because 6 a.m. is a reasonable enough time to wake up. Now, in half an hour, you probably will hear. You will 100% hear in half an hour because this stream is going to go on for another half hour. That's a lot of Jesus. Oh, hold on. Well, hold on. Hold on. Yo! What? Yeah. What? Yo, Meepo! That is so cool. Nice. That popped up on my phone, the notification from YouTube Studio. Meepo Electric Skateboard commented on your wait a minute, is that a fan channel or is that the official channel? Goes on channel. It's the official freaking channel. heck? Whatever. Anyways. The reason I was doing things is because I wanna go downstairs. And I'm gonna go grab some things. One thing, but whatever.
We'll also be tidying up how we build turrets in the build.
You know what? Before I watch the entirety of the Brachys tutorial, I'm going to try. I'm gonna try and code this myself. Before I watch the tutorial, I'm gonna try and code it myself. I'm gonna try and completely code this entirely by myself. Okay? The whole thing. We'll default to 100. Okay. Since that's a public static, I can do this. Dot money minus 100. If money manager dot money is greater than or equal to 200, actually no, just control X that in here. There you go. So if money manager dot money is greater than or equal to 100, so if you have 100 or more dollars, then you can purchase a turret, and then you're not have $100 anymore. If you have 200 or more, you can purchase one of those. And then the only other thing I have to deal with is the projectile script. So money manager dot money plus 10. Alright, that should literally be it. And of course it doesn't use as a statement. What? 2213 money manager money minus 100 is equal to can I do that? Yes, I can. Okay. All right. That should be like the whole the entire currency system. And then like I'm serious, and all I have to do now is just display that. So we can go back here. We can open the Wave Manager. And then this just needs to be in void update. Not void update. Public text. Money text, and that should be literally it. Like I'm done already, basically. Public text. It's not a thing. Probably need to put that up there. So easy. So freaking easy. And in the UI, you just copy and paste the wave number. Money amount. Okay, this can support up to $1 million. Pretty good, one could say. Yeah, we probably want that one too instead. So that way it scales this way. Yep, that makes more sense. So put it at -650. And we're done. Entire currency system complete. Gosh darn it. That's a lot of errors. Jeez, man. Oh my goodness. Which line of code? Which code line thing? .jpg. CS14, okay. How is that not good at all? Wait, how is that not correct? What the frick did I do wrong? What? Can I not use a static int? Or like, what's wrong? Okay, yeah, I get it. Put the scale back. Jeez. Public int money. Can I do that? Oh my god. Clear. I hate you. Okay. Money. ToString. Correct? What am I doing wrong? Money text dot text is equal to $sign plus the money amount to the string. So what is wrong? Void update. Wave number text dot text equals wave plus wave index to string. So exactly why can't I use this here? Oh, I didn't. Okay, I know why. I know why now. I didn't put the text. Dum dum. I didn't put the frickin' text. Dum dum. Okay, yeah, we need to prevent that from happening. So I think that's in the node. Yeah, okay. If build manager dot get turret to build equals null, turn, whatever. If turret is not null, then you can't build there right now. And if the game object is equivalent to this. Turret equals game object instantiate turret to build transform dot position plus node offset. So I need a check to make sure. No, I don't want to. Hold on. Where is the other script? shop UI. I don't want to subtract the money here. I don't want to subtract money here. I want to subtract the money when you place it.
Manager and EasyUnity shop, we can see that we have this shop script and the top that's open it up. We call that is qualified up in what sponsor and and this blue. And for behavior, because we don't want it to be outside of that, now we'll go at that. So we're gonna get popped. And what we can do really add more things in here, but for now we'll now create the entire blueprint. This is going to print. You can see that if I save this now and then hit into Unity here, where that we can tag that it does, meaning that it won't know how to save the data, and therefore it doesn't know how to show it in the inspector either. So it's a class that we want to show up in the inspector with that it's back here and we lost the information here, so we're going to set the cost of the first one to 100, the second one to maybe 250, and then we'll drag in the two prefabs here. Cool. And now we can go ahead and utilize the fact that we have these two blueprints. So instead of calling everything on the build manager here, we can simply go ahead and remove all of this and maybe rename it a bit as well. So instead of having this, the name of this method be purchase standard turret, we'll have it be select standard turret instead, because the transaction only happens when we actually place the turret, and therefore we aren't subtracting any money yet. So let's just call this the select standard. So we'll turret to build. And we'll do this. Then instead, let's pass in the standard turret and the missile launcher. So now we need to go into our build manager, of course, and allow ourselves to do this. But you can see how this makes sense. We have a method that just tells the build manager to select the turret that we have up here. So now we can find our build manager.
No duh. Brackies, I already did that. Buddy, sir, buddy, I already did that though. I already did that. Whatever. I already did that. Though it is on the build manager, but I already did that. So, oops. So, select turret to build. That's in the build manager. Okay.
And we can go down here, and instead of having this set turret to build here, we'll create an entirely new function. And this will of course say public void, and we'll call it select turret to build. And it's going to take in a turret blueprint, which is just going to be the turret here. You could also call that turret blueprint if you want. And then our turret to build currently has the type of game update. Let's go ahead and change that to a turret blueprint as well, so that is as well aware of both the prefab and the cost. And so now we can just say turret to build equals the turret blueprint that was passed in to the select turret build function. Cool. So that will change that correctly. And now what we can do is we can go ahead and have a look at how we actually purchase or actually place down these turrets. So if we go into our node script, and remember this sits on every single node, and a node means a buildable place, means a platform that we can build something on top of. You can see here that if we get a mouse down, it's going to get the turret to build, and it's going to build it right in here. And I thought it would be a lot cleaner to have the build manager actually do the building of the turret. So let's separate this code out. And let's do that by first getting rid of the get turret to build method. So inside of our build manager here, what we are going to do is we're simply going to remove this method entirely. And we still need some kind of way to check if we have a turret selected. So previously we would say if build manager.get turret to build was equal to null, then we didn't want to highlight the node when hovering over it, and we didn't want to be able to build anything, of course, because we can't build null. But instead what we'll do is we'll go into the build manager here and create a nifty little, or use a nifty little trick here, where we type in public, and then we're going to do bool can build, like that, and then we open up and close these curly brackets. We type in get return, and then we do turret to build is not equal to null. And then remember to close that off with a semicolon. So this syntax might be really new to you, or it might just be trivial. I will try and explain what we're doing here. This is called a property. And it's called a property because we only allow it to actually get something. We only allow ourselves to get something from this variable. This variable can never be set. And it's pretty much the equivalent of writing a small function that will just check if turret to build is equal to null. And
You know what? Can I just... Here, then I have an idea for that then. So whenever I'm doing all of that, right? Jeez. Because if we have money, then we have to be able to build. Right? That's how that walks. So on mouse down. Right? Game object. Okay. So if can build, turret equals all of this shenanigans. Okay, I can think of a way to do this. I don't know if it will walk. So, if build manager dot can build and all that clump of code, and then if which array is it? Yeah, I put it in build manager, public game object turret types. I mentioned build manager anyways. Just make that uncapitalized. But if build manager dot turret types is what, 0? It has 0. Then money manager dot money is equal to money manager dot money plus or minus 100. Else minus 200. How does that walk? Nope. 35, 47, or 65. Not speak. What do you mean? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. What do you mean? What? Oh, whatever. There. Separate if statement. Get trolled. There. Now we won. Qualify it with a type name? The type name? What is a type name? What? Well, I'm not talking about game objects. Build manager dot can build. If build manager dot can build, so I can't do this. Really? Is equal to true. No, because that doesn't work. Reference bool from another script. Yeah, I'm awake. Been for a while. Yeah. Yep. Public pool is count. What? Oh, I see. Oh, I see. So public, then the script name, then the name of it. Yeah, but the thing is, I put that. Can build in build manager? Yes, it is. Can I not give it a value yet? No. I'll leave it default as false. Can build. Build manager. Yeah, exactly. Build manager dot can build. I even have this one up here too. I'll get it. I don't know what it wants me to do. I have no idea. Start. Wait, what? Vassal. Oh my. Can I not spell false? Jeez. Right, I didn't fix anything. Really? Why do I keep typing Vassal? Oh my goodness. Jeez, man. Okay. Can you not change the static bowl? Is that what it is? Is equal to gosh darn you. I don't know what this wants. Because I can access the money easily. Really? Okay. Really? Are you freaking, are you actually, really? Are you freaking kidding me? Of course. If Unity yells at me again, I swear. Frick off. Where? Are you happy yet? Jeez, man. Okay. I am so done with you. Just saying. Oh yeah, Cane build is false right now. If we can build, then we can build. And also something I just realized. Wait, no, because that has different conditions. Never mind. Alright.
And then, or is full variable build, then it equals an and build function. And otherwise, it will reverse here. No.
I'm just gonna follow.
Created a class here that we are now is instances realize created under the build manager. What I thought that we would do is create a separate class that has
What I'm gonna do is I'm just going to revert everything back to normal. Come to freaking spelling mistakes. Okay, var. That's how it should be. Okay, that's how that one should be. That one's good. This one needs lots of changes. Okay, there. Okay, that is how it should be. That's how it should be. Should stay like that for now. And I should be able to place towers again. How did I break it? How did I break it? How? What did I do? What did I do?
Post something like that we would
What the frick did I break?
And purge file linked. This video is brought to you by AeroBreakies. This video can't read from our Shredder2 and Purge Visual Studio. And here we can see what is actually happening. All we really do is fab up quite duplicate, and this is just going to be a C# sound here, and let's try that one more time. There we go. And we don't want this to be a mono behavior because we don't want it to be a component in Unity. We don't want to need to attach this to any game object, but we definitely do want to be able to see the fields here inside of the inspector. So therefore we are going to go ahead and mark this as system.serializable, and I will show you why we need to mark this in a second. All this really means is that Unity will go ahead and save and load the values inside of this class for us.
It's a whole mess.
And that means
Great. Well, let's hope I can get this walking again before I have to go to school in like an hour. Can you fix it in an hour? I don't know. Serial is table.
Now we're going to create a public variable here, and this is going to be a game object, and this is going to be the prefab of this turret. And then we'll also have a public integer going to be the prefab of this turret, and then of the values. Then what we can do instead of our shuttle type as it will also have a and iron. So what we can definitely add more things in here, but for now we'll
Wait, why do I need this?
just add a blueprint. So going to be, you can here and select our shop course, we need to drag something like this. Quickly show you what happens if I remove this system.serialize. It won't know how to save the data there. So go up in the inspect. So we can see that it's back here, and we lost the information here. So we're going to set the cost of the first one to 100, the second one to maybe 250, and then we'll drag in the two prefabs here, the standard turret and our missile launcher. There we go. Cool. And now we can go ahead and utilize the fact that we have these two blueprints. So instead of calling everything on the build manager here, we can simply go ahead and remove all of this and maybe rename it a bit as well. So instead of having this, the name of this method be purchase standard turret, we'll have it be select standard turret instead, because the transaction only happens when we actually place the turret, and therefore we aren't subtracting any money yet. So let's just call this the select standard turret and select missile launcher. And then we can turret to build, and we'll do the same down here. And we can go ahead and now remove these two, and the turret and the missile launcher. So now we need to go into our build manager, of course.
Okay. Should probably move the array. Probably. I mean, it's not referenced in the build manager, so I can just move it over to here. So there you go. You know what? I bet it's because I didn't update the UI. That's why it wasn't working. I bet that's the reason. It has to be, because there's no other reason why this shouldn't be working. Although it still doesn't work. What do you want? And then also we can test something real quick. If I get rid of one of the zeros, we shouldn't be able to get a, why are you still 1,000? Hello? I updated you. Save. Hello? Okay. There. Jeez. You know what? I'm just gonna get rid of the stupid wave button. So I don't give a crap anymore. If enemy and you have started. What it has started doing. Okay. That I'll keep. Get rid of all of those. Hey, the collection also walked. Nice. Nice. Now, what script am I editing? Wave Manager. This script. Oh, that has all of the enemy elements. Okay. We'll keep that then. Okay, everything is back to normal. Cool. I fixed it. Good gracious.
And allow ourselves to do this, but you can see how this makes sense. We have a method that just tells the build manager to select the chart that we have up
It's
here.
now 7:01.
So now we can find our build manager, And we can go down here, and instead of having this set turret to build here, we'll create an entirely new function. And this will, of course, set turret to build here. We'll create a
Alright, so select get turret is staying okay.
an entirely new function, and this will of course say public void, and we'll call it select turret to build, and it's going to take in a turret blueprint, which is just going to be the turret here. You can also call that turret blueprint if you want. And then just go of this build manager to select potential. Then we'll drag out the we can see multiple fields we need to mark that we want to show up in.
Okay. Now I'm just gonna put it straight in the here. Hello? Where's my script? Wow. Whatever. Can I do this? Hopefully I can do this still. Can I still do void start? Or is that now illegal? Cost is equal to friendly attributes dot cost. Non-static? Oh, static cost. Alright, people, it's 07. We gotta code this pretty fast.
In the inspector, with multiple fields, we need to mark it as system.serializable. So we can see that it's back here, and we lost the information here. So we're going to set the cost of the first one to 100, the second one to make cost and so there are no data that's well something on it. We're going to have a game or a public, and we can definitely add more things.
Okay.
Is that we can now create a public
In the shop, okay. How the frick do you have a space in the middle of you?
We just create a standard missile launcher.
There you go. Now we're good.
There we go. Hit
Jeez.
into Unity here and select our shop. We now have a standard turret. If we open that up, we have a prefab where
Do we? Oh. Whoa. Well, turret types is now useless. So, where I originally used turret types, now we instead just use standard turret and missile launcher. Alright. What? Why not? But what? Huh?
of course we can set, but I would want to know how to save the data. Zero. And here's the launch. The fact that we have these, we can select, and then and do this, but you can see how this makes sense. We have a method that just tells the build manager, and we can go down here, and instead of having this say, I also call that game object, that both the prefab equals the turrets. So if we go into our node script, and remember the turrets, that will just in both the red and change one, blue select here. So now we can find out the build instead of and therefore we need to every time we create a class that we want to show up in the inspect cost of the first two. So instead of calling everything
Public turret blueprints missile launcher. Does that have something to do with it? Nope. $24 and $34. Build manager dot select turret to build. Select turret to build. It's a game object. That's a turret. What I passed in is a prefab of a. Okay.
on the build manager here, we can simply go ahead and remove all of this and maybe rename it a bit as well. So instead of having select, replace the select and this as well. So we'll rename this to move these two, and then instead let's pass in the standard turret and the missile launcher.
Ignore that. Select turret to build. Game object, turret.
So now we need to go to method. Now we can find out this is a public void, and we'll turret blueprint, which is just going to be the turret here.
That's what I need. Okay. What? Huh? Oh, great. Well, we're gonna put new stuff in here anyways, so that's actually fine.
You could also call that turret blueprint if you want. And then our turret to build currently has the type of game object. Let's go ahead and change that to a turret blueprint as well.
Turret to build.
Well, so that we can just print that was passed in.
Really? Of course.
To the select turret build function. Cool. So that will change that correctly. And now what we can do is we can go ahead and have a look at how we actually purchase or actually place down these turrets. So if we go into our node script, and remember this sits on every single node, and a node means a buildable place, means if we get a mouse down, it's going to get the turret to have the out, and let's manager here of the get turret to build method. So inside of our build manager here, what we are going to do is we're simply going to remove this method entirely. And
Okay. Wait, no, I need that though. Shop.active and well.
we still need some kind of way to check if we have a turret selected. So previously we would say if build manager.get turret to build was equal to null, then we didn't want to highlight the node when hovering over it, and we didn't want to be able to build anything, of course, because we can't build null. But instead what we'll do is we'll go into the build manager here and create a nifty little, or use a nifty little trick here, where we type in public, and then we are going to do bool can and close turret to null, and then or it might just be trivial. I will try and explain what we're doing here. This is called a property, and it's called a property because to equivalent to null is saying that add say to null, and else build manager function as well. So in here we can now just write if build manager dot can build, and it was that easy. So this
On mouse, enter.
that just makes more sense syntax wise, and we're going to go ahead and do the same thing up here. So build man
On mouse down.
manager.can build, and then we will return if we can. So let's just put an exclamation
Okay.
mark in front of those two. Of course, if we can build, we want to proceed down here. Alright, so I think we are getting there slowly. So now we can take all of this code here and let's move that into the build manager. So this code here. Alright, so I think we are getting there slowly. So now we can take all of
Game object. If turret can't build this.
this code here, and let's move that into the build manager. So let's instead make a function on the
Need a method. Dies. Okay.
build manager called something like build turret. Let's just say build turret on, and then we'll pass in this node. So if we just say build turret on, and let's create a function. And the reason why I'm saying on is we want to end here. So we'll have the node node, and we'll have that. And the reason why I'm saying on is we want to build it on a particular node, and we'll have that passed in.
It's
as an item.
21.
So we'll have the node passed in. And what we can do here, actually I'll just write all of this code here once again so we make sure we don't make any errors. So we want to instantiate our turret to build dot prefab. So that's the current turret that we have selected. We want it to be instantiated at node.transform.position. So the node that we have specified, this is where we want to build the turret. We want to use the position of that node, and we want to add onto that node dot and I think it's offset, position offset. There we go. So we want to add that value onto that. Or you could simply go into the node here and create a little helper function, which I definitely think that we should do. And this is just going to be a public vector3, and we'll call this get build position. And this is just going to return transform.position plus our position offset. So now in here, instead of doing all of this, we can simply say node.getBuildPosition.
Nah.
There we go. And finally, we want a rotation, and we're just going to use quaternion.identity. So we want
Identity? Once again, dies. What the frick?
won't rotate it at all. And what we can now do is we can do GameObject and store this in a temporary variable. We'll just call that one turret, and we'll cast it as a GameObject as well. Remember, we've done this.
GameObject turret equals
Before we've cast dot turret, except we need to go into the node here and we need to change this to public.
public GameObject node, or shenanigan. Jeez. Public.
And or help. So here inside of the, this is just finish it all here. So we'll just wait a second here. So we'll say node.turret. We are now able to do that equals the turret that we just built. And I believe that is all. So now we are actually ready to do some currency, but let's just see if this is working. So we should see this error disappear here. And now if we select a node here, you will see that we are able to optionally put a turret in here. So it just says optional. And that is really the only function that this has here. The header only displays a bit of text here in the editor to help ourselves, but it is definitely useful, especially because if you just see this game object and you haven't put optional here, it looks scary. It looks like something should definitely be there. Cool, so everything should be working now, and we should hit play, and we should be able to select the turret, except we can't, and that's because we've lost the connection of these buttons.
Okay. Name build manager game. Great. Bofin, get the no, get out. I'll vote Bofin build manager. Wait, what the frick did I put? You didn't see that. That doesn't exist. No, why would it? Shut up. It's okay. Hush. Just gonna make sure I did put these, and I didn't. Good thing I checked. Stares at brackies. So much. Okay.
So we standard turret hands on that, and into the code here I just want to walk you through what is happening. So install it want to build turret blueprint, go into turret to build, keep be passed in, is on then of course it's node on the then break node itself is that I will show this here, find or a turret on that is if we click that turret point or do this stuff that put it onto the build manager. You could make a separate one called, and then maybe this stuff as well, the amount of data, this up. And again, remember to make this 5-month log. When we put to 400, also we'll use that and we'll carry set that in here. We have this stuff, and then we'll find our build manager.
Okay, I already did that.
Under the
Right? Should've. Money manager, here it is.
build turret on. What we want to do here is we want to now check if player stats dot money is greater or is less than turret to build dot cost. So if we don't have enough money, what we want to do is we will simply want to return, and then we might display something on the screen at a later point, but for now we'll just say not enough money or not enough gold, whatever you want to call it. Let's just say
Turret shenanigan this thing. Okay. If money manager money is less than turret to build dot cost, return
down here turret to build dot cost, so that we remember to subtract the cost of our turret
money manager. I'm trying to go really fast because I have school in 15 freaking minutes. Money manager. Money minus equals turret to build dot cost
from our block. Money is going to go. So we are definitely going to display our amount of current XOR overlay the back, and it says
Okay, cool. We're done. I am so done. I'm definitely done. We're done. Frick you. Darn you. Where is it? Here it is. Done. Okay. Stupidest error ever. Why won't my code walk? Never. Can't place it. Can place it. Have no money. Nope. You can 100% not place them. Good. There. Jeez. Okay. Now, can I just quickly add something to the script? Maybe. Where it highlights it. Node. Go here. Where is it? What is it? Here. Yes. Okay. What on mouse center if build manager can't build return. Well, it should technically do that. Whatever. I would release the version. Yeah, I probably can here. Alright. Just need to get little test level build. It's 35. I got 10 minutes. Whatever. Now, did I link? No, I linked the folder. Alright, good. Cool. Telinator is ending the stream. Go download SSC. If you're going to bed at like 7:30 in the morning, then you've stayed up and you're probably tired. Go to bed. Unless it's a school day. Then you have to go to school. Like me. So, yeah.